Welcome to the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds here in Columbus. You know, this is our first trip to the Heartland, the first time we've had a chance to come to Ohio. And boy, what a great time it's been so far. You know, the car culture runs deep here, and this parking lot is a perfect example. The Cobra Club has gathered, well, with the occasional Corvette that's been thrown in. But it's just an example of how people here are really big enthusiasts in the automotive world and how anxious and ready they are for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. We had great crowds yesterday, and we had a lot of fun. Interesting things crossing the block. But you know, it's day two. That means the quality of the cars and the price of the cars are going to go up. And as always, we've assembled a wonderful team to bring you all of the action, to give you great insight. And we'll start with Mike Joy.
Thanks, Rick, and hi, everybody. Hey, my first car was a 60 Impala. It was a convertible. This one's a hardtop. But look behind me at this crowd. This place is packed for Barrett-Jackson's first ever trip to America's Heartland here in Columbus, where cars will roll to the auction block, and today every single one of them is sold at no reserve and will find a new home. We have found a trend here in just one day of auctioning, and that is that unit body cars from the 60s and 70s, oh, we're talking everything from Valiants to Mustangs to Vegas to Pintos and so on, are doing really well here, because here in the Rust Belt, once those cars were new and driven through one or two salt-encrusted road winters, they all turn to dust and rust. So you bring them here, and they're rust-free or they're restored like this one, and they're going to rock the block. So we're going to have a lot of fun up here giving you the details on all these great cars. Tyler?
Thanks, Mike. I'm on the down ramp here at the Barrett-Jackson auction block. So after their moment in the sun up on the block, they bring them down here like this Mustang for last-minute motivation from bidders to get in if they haven't already. Then the hammer hits sold, and you can see the sold sticker girl. She's riding there on the hood, the sale price. And the fun thing about Barrett-Jackson, everything is no reserve. So we have no idea if it's going to sell for $1,000 or $100,000. At least today, the vast majority of the cars are no reserve, and that's what makes Barrett-Jackson so exciting. So let's get to it. What's coming up, Mike?
Well, this 60 Impala has come to center stage. It is they call it a bubble top. It's a two-door hardtop. And this one has had a whole lot of cool period modifications. This one was born a 6-cylinder. You don't see a V in this emblem here in the grille. That is the trick. But it's got all the Impala touches and stainless. It's had Lakes pipes added here along the side. There's the block-off plate. You take that off and you have an open exhaust. Neat interior. I don't know about the color scheme. This pearl yellow with purple, well, this was certainly done to taste. And a very popular modification on these was substituting 59 Cadillac taillights for the standard Impala ones.
Those bullet taillights, they definitely work, and I think the color works, just me personally, Mike, as far as the sort of the even though it's not a lowrider per se, it does look maybe a little bit lower than stock, and a lot of cool touches that you would see from that scene. You know, maybe not a correct restoration, but a lot of very popular style with this.
Well, I tell you what, Mike, you may not be sure about the color, but the folks here love it. Right now, it's bid to $57,000. Yesterday, the highest bid we had for a car, the highest sale was $59,000. Now we're at $60,000. This is going to be the #1 sale of the auction so far.
And this one's been given a heart transplant. The original 6-cylinder is long gone. And the W-block engine, which would have been the highest horsepower option in 1960, would be this 348 cubic inch engine. So somebody went the distance on this one, and the bidders respond.
Well, you saw the bidder assistant up in the skybox high-fiving the buyer. He was urging the auctioneer to bring that hammer down. $60,000. That's the first sale of the day that we have on our air here during our Barrett-Jackson coverage in Columbus. Let's head out to the McGuire staging lane and meet the final member of our team, April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm with this sweet ride right here. 1956 Sunlighter convertible custom. You'll see custom touches throughout, like this front bumper. Everything's been re-chromed, all the bright work. I love sort of the eyelids on here, and there's a plate across these headlights. Why? Because the 50s was all about style. That's what this car is about. The louvers across the hood are gorgeous. I mean, you could take all day and keep discovering new things about these cars from the 50s. Gorgeous chromed hubcaps. You got your white wall tires, and this sweet stainless strip just goes down the body line with ridges on it. You got your luxury touches. This covering the keyhole right there. Dice on the door locks. Inside looks like a 50s diner up there. Two-tone vinyl. Even these custom pillows, beautiful custom touches. It wasn't born with that. They're just so fun to look at. It's like a little treasure hunt. Of course, these tail lights are gorgeous design. You got your blue jewels in the center, and come check out this antenna right here. I mean, why are you going to put that little red piece in there? I don't know. It's just all about style. Now, this one's got the 312 Y-Block V8 4-speed manual, probably born with 3 on a tree. But you know what, Rick? When it comes to customs, anything goes.
I'll tell you what, April, that is a spectacular pick. I love everything they've done, especially the front end, that chrome work. See that up on the block before too long. Thanks a lot. Right now, we've got a 1993 Chevy 1500 pickup.
Yeah, nice, cool factory two-tone in black and silver. Bed liner, Raptor liner inside the bed. This looks very, very well preserved. Four-wheel drive short bed truck.
And it just sold for $27,000 with a 350 cubic inch V8 under the hood. All right, from one big truck to an even bigger truck. We got an 86 GMC. This is a K2500 custom pickup.
All right, Tyler, you're the tall boy in the crowd. Let her rip.
Well, yeah, we go back a generation to the square body. Earlier was the GMT 400. That truck had 147,000 miles on it, which was pretty incredible how well preserved it was. This one, the K series, so that means four-wheel drive, and this one obviously has been lifted to show off the fact that it's four-wheel drive. Also treated to a very nice repaint, but a key difference with this one, it is a long bed compared to the short bed. So it's interesting, in the collector car world, when it comes to trucks, people vastly prefer the short beds, so we'll see what this one does.
Now, where I live in the Carolinas, it has become popular to raise just the front end of these trucks to give them what is called the Carolina squat. It's about the stupidest thing you could do with a pickup truck, and in fact, I think South Carolina has made it illegal. So you want to lift it, you want to level it, as has been done here. This is pretty sharp.
Strong bidding on this truck, too. It's showing, I think, around 40,000 miles on the odometer. These are 5-digit odometers, but the dramatic lift definitely pops. It helps with the proportions as far as the long bed. And also the square body is the more desirable generation of the two as far as the customization here. So that's why we're seeing, well, $10,000 more than the previous truck.
Rick, I think you could drive your Isetta underneath this and never scratch the roof.
Yeah, more than a few people have tried to park the Isetta in the back of these. It can be done, but it's not an easy thing to do. Tell you what, I love the color on this. It's a PPG deep blue paint. They say they've got 5 coats with a clear coat over the top of it. It shows really well. Looks like a fresh job.
Well, definitely not a highway cruiser. This thing has such a lift. The leaf springs on it sit proud about 10 inches above the rear axle, and no evidence of a pannered rod or anything to locate that axle laterally that would help it going down the road. So buy it, have fun with it.
Yeah, big 37-inch tires. They're going to make a lot of noise as you're going down the road. $38,000 to those folks right there. They seem pretty happy to bring that home. All right, don't forget, we have 6 full hours of Barrett-Jackson action that we're bringing your way here on FYI Today. And tomorrow we come back on the History Channel. We're going to have 7 hours from 11 a.m. Eastern Time all the way to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, all day on the History Channel. And coming up, how about a 1979 VW Super Beetle convertible? This is the end of the line for the Volkswagen Beetle here in the United States. And we'll see it up on the block in just a few moments. Well, before the auction begins at every Barrett-Jackson event, we have a party, a gala. And that's exactly what we did earlier this week. And that gala is held right here in this same room where they're auctioning off the cars. It's a chance for the consigners and the bidders, well, to have just a little bit of fun before everything gets serious inside this room. It's always fun time here at the party, and once again, April Rose is standing by with somebody who was a very important part of that gala this week.
Yeah, I'd say the most important part of the gala. Craig Jackson, CEO of Barrett-Jackson, making all of this happen. It's been a wild first day yesterday here with the inaugural event here in Columbus, Ohio. Craig, I got to tell you, multiple people have personally come up to me and thanked me for us coming to Barrett-Jackson. I'm like, you got to thank this guy right here.
Well, they have, walking through the crowd, stopping, taking pictures. How many people have said that they've loved watching us on TV? They thanked us for bringing it to this region. And I asked them, where are you from? And most all of them drove. They're within that sort of, 600 miles drive here. It's over half the U.S. population. So they've come out in droves. I mean, look at the crowds here early this morning, and the cars, the excitement. It's a great start.
Yeah, the crowds are wild. It's hard to get through the aisles even right now, early in the day. Craig, I want to take a look at some of the cars we're excited about later today, like lot number 440. It's a first-generation Bronco, beautiful light teal with white underneath, completely redone. And what's great about Barrett-Jackson is all of these builders are customizing these trucks, and you never know what you're going to get. It's absolutely gorgeous.
No, we started that trend years ago, and it still continues. Resto mods, whether it's in Broncos, Blazers, all the SUVs, but no, everybody always thought it was just sort of Camaros and that. No, Resto mods goes across all different segments.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also have a 63 Corvette convertible coming across later with the real knockoff wheels. Just an explosive amount of Corvettes that are always coming through here at Barrett-Jackson. Also, a very special charity car, a 2022 Bronco customized by Real Truck, all for the Joe Burrow Foundation. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it's yellow, it's beautiful. He had a lot to do with the customizing of it, and it sells for his foundation. So we come into a city like Columbus, but a state of Ohio, and we want to do good. Barrett-Jackson was founded on philanthropy. It started as a charity fundraiser. There's a little B-roll of it. Beautiful truck. 100% of the hammer price will go to their foundation.
Oh, it is a beautiful truck. Every inch of it has been customized. I love to see that. We're going to see that rolling across later. Craig, thank you so much for visiting with us. We know you're important. You got to get back on the block there. Rick, what's going on?
Well, thanks a lot, April. Right now we have a 1955 Mercury Montclair that has rolled up onto the block. A nice, fun 50s action. I love the two-tone, white underneath and that beautiful color up on top.
Nice factory two-tone on this. I love these 50 cars when they are presented in the factory two-tones like this. And not only is the upper body and the roof in the secondary color, so are the seats and so are the dash and the steering wheel. This a poodle skirt car? Sure, why not? Fender skirts were a popular pain in the neck option back then if you had to change a tire, especially up here in the snow belt. But they look cool.
And of course, Mercury was the next step up from Ford, and I love what they did with this back then, because it's definitely got more bling, more chrome. I mean, look at that chrome that goes down the side. And because, of course, aviation was everything back in, they've got those, fake vents on the side that look like something a jet would have on it.
So this one's showing sort of an older respray on it, a few bubbles and blemishes here and there, but still presents really nicely as a driver. The interior is where it really shines on this one. They really sourced the right period upholstery with that two-tone. You can see the inserts there with that 50s pattern. Just gorgeous.
And to your point, Tyler, I mean, this is a perfect car to buy and drive and have fun with, right? This is something you can enjoy at all the car shows with that great two-tone interior. And while it's not a fresh paint job, you don't mind driving it around.
And you want to buy one of these done, because all of that gleaming stainless steel and chrome trim would be impossible to find because auto salvage yards are no more. They are recycling centers, and they don't keep old cars like this for you to go and pick the pieces you want to restore yours. So when you find one done like this, if you like it, raise your hand.
Well, that gentleman just raised his hand. For $20,000, he gets to take away that 1955 Mercury Montclair, white underneath, turquoise up above, beautiful vinyl bench seat. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to get all the information about the cars that are crossing the block over the course of today and yesterday. And if you want to see how cars sold yesterday, you can look backwards and you'll find all the information. Barrett-Jackson.com. Well, this is a car we previewed while we were going to a commercial break, a 1979 Volkswagen Super Beetle convertible. This was the end of the line.
Yeah, the last edition, 1979, less than 15,000 miles on this. So over the years, the Beetle got a taller windshield. It got bigger signal lights. It got exposed headlights, and they moved the gas filler cap from inside the trunk to over here on the passenger side fender to make things a little easier and I dare say safer. You don't want to fill up your trunk with gas after all. This one has been repainted in a base coat, clear coat with silver. And wow, I think this looks way better than it would have looked in the showroom in 1979. Let's have a look under the engine compartment at the now fuel-injected Flat 4 that powered Volkswagens. Now, here is one of these cars' downfalls are these tubes. They bring air up into the passenger compartment after it's been heated by blowing around the exhaust manifolds. That's because this car is air-cooled. It has, no condenser for the heater that a water-cooled car would have. The problem with that system, one tiny little engine leak, and all of that oil smoke blows into the cockpit, and suddenly it's trade-in time.
Well, that one looked like it was in good shape because this one's incredibly low mileage, 14,000 miles on the odometer. So other than the repaint, I think it's a survivor. Original interior, and the Super Beetles were much more comfortable. Modern suspension, wider, more refined.
Well, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson, $23,000 once again for that Volkswagen Super Beetle. That was the last year that they sold them here in the United States. It's going to drive away, and we're going to take a break as well, but don't go away because we have plenty of exciting cars that are going to be crossing the block today here at Barrett-Jackson. Oh, so many great cars that are crossing the block, and boy, there's building after building, tent after tent that are just filled. And look at the crowds, boy, all gathering here at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds in Columbus, really close to downtown. So it's a great opportunity for everybody to get out and enjoy the cars and look at the crowd inside the auction arena. They have packed themselves in. Right now on the block, we got a 1969 Dodge Coronet.
Well, this Coronet's been given the Super Bee treatment. The Super Bee was Dodge's answer to the Plymouth Roadrunner. 1 year later, you got scoops on the hood, scoops on the rear quarter panels. You got the little Super Bee racing logo right there in the grille, and the Super Bee Bumblebee stripes, they're called, around the back. So triple black with the black vinyl top, bit of red pinstriping, and the big red stripe around the back is a pretty cool treatment. Barrett-Jackson colors, if you will. But this looks like it's been very nicely preserved, if not restored.
I'd say so. An older respray that's not really showing any blemishes, just a bit of age. Same with the bright work. But they didn't just do the visual upgrades to it. They also upgraded the 383 cubic inch V8 under hood. So they did it right. Of course, if it was an original one, we'd be knocking on the door of six figures if it was a real Super Bee. But this one, you have all the same fun for a fraction of the price.
Wider wheels and tires than it was born with. Plenty of room for those under the stock wheel wells, and very, very appropriate. Yeah, these were cool cars. If you were a Mopar fan, this was your muscle car right here.
Yeah, this body style runs from 68, I believe, through 70, and basically it's a cousin of the Plymouth Belvedere, very similar. $33,500 for that 1969 Dodge Super Bee. Well, that's what it's listed at. Officially, it's a Dodge Coronet. All right, up on the block right now is a car that April Rose previewed for us. This really nice 1956 Ford Sunliner Custom Convertible.
Well, the first thing I notice about this is the hood has been shaved of all of its jewelry and ornamentation, and louvers have been cut into the hood. And look at that tubular grille. I think that's really graceful because it is a whole lot less Baroque than what Ford would have put in there originally. But beautiful car. Full wheel caps with kind of a spinner or sort of a turban look to those wheel covers. The wheels are body color. You see the red poking out there to offset the white walls. And look at that gleaming stainless steel trim down the sides. It's a perfect look for this.
It is very Greased Lightning, Happy Days-esque as far as what you'd see, you know, in the movie or in the shows, as far as that style. And I think they did a great job of doing, you know, accentuating the existing body lines. And to Mike's point, as far as them over-styling things in the 1950s with so much gingerbread, so much chrome, but just going for the greatest hits, the best-looking parts, and retaining it or improving it. So I really like this car.
Interesting that they shaved the emblems from the hood and trunk, but left intact all of the stainless down the sides, because that really is the signature styling treatment for this car.
And you know, that styling touch, if you look at the original advertised pictures for the 1955 Thunderbird, the original intention was to put that exact same chrome strip down the side of the Thunderbird. Now, fortunately, somebody came along and said, I think we have too much. We need to make it a little more subtle. Kept it on the Fords, but took it away from the Thunderbird, which I think was a smart move.
Note the taillights that are lit up right now. They have that little blue dot in the center. That's a 50s hot rod treatment. What that does is when you're a long distance away from the back of this car, what happens when you mix blue and red? You get purple, and that's what the taillights look like from a distance.
Well, $27,000, to be honest with you. I think that's a great deal when you look at all the work that's gone into that. I love the way that grille had been redone. That family had come up just a little bit earlier. I think they jumped in, and I think they're very happy to watch it sell. And now, that's the new owner. Congratulations to them. Let's check in with April Rose.
I'm under one of the many buildings here at Barrett-Jackson where these cars live before they go across the block. Anyone can come up and check them out, inspect them yourself. It's a really fun place to spend the entire day. We also have one of our friends here, Larry Webster, editor-in-chief of Hagerty Magazine. Hagerty's, of course, a huge deal in the car world. And I caught you spying on this Camaro. Obviously, Camaros have been a huge part of the car world for generations. What is it about this one in particular?
I love the shape and design of the second generation Camaro. This is really what they call the designer's design. GM's head of design, Bill Mitchell, really fought for this car. And Mitchell was the guy who came in 1958 and he took away a lot of the visual chicanery that GM cars had, a lot of 50 cars had. And he called the first generation Camaro a car designed by committee. And this one was designed by Henry Haga, and they really fought everybody to keep the purity of this design. And one of the things I really love about it is this center section. It's got this really subtle crease all the way down, and then the bodywork tucks under. This is what they call that Coke bottle design. It exposes the wheels, and that visually pulls the car down to the ground, and one of the reasons it has that presence. And the other thing is what they call the dash to axle ratio. And it's abnormally long in this car, which gave it this super long hood, which added to those sort of proportions that really, I think, make it visually striking.
Right, and I always imagined back in the day, they're sitting in a boardroom deciding, hey, how many inches do we have that nose point out? How many millimeters should it stick out? And everyone's going back and forth. Should we put the split grille right here, the split bumper up higher or lower? And there's a lot of these decisions that happen.
Well, a lot of times what happens is when you get too many cooks in the kitchen, the design gets watered down.
Right.
And that's what this car survived. It was Mitchell, he had the power by then. Remember, he was the one who introduced the second generation Corvette, which had done really well. So he had to sort of have that power inside of GM to maintain the purity of this design. And of course, we're all lucky for it.
And it screams 70s. It has the original gold color, which do you think that helps the value of it when it's redone in the original color?
Oh, for sure. Especially something like this that is obviously such a period color. I think it only helps.
All right, Rick, beautiful car. We're going to see across the block in just a few.
Yeah, I love those second generation Camaros, great cars. This 1967 Chevy C10 Custom pickup truck just crossed the block. It's going to go off to a new owner. Congratulations to whoever was involved in that. Rolling up behind it, we're going to go to 1968 for an Impala, an SS bringing up the block.
Pretty much the fourth year for this body style, which began in 1965 and had fender peaks front and rear that looked very much like the Corvette Stingray. But this is the almost top of the line of Chevy's full-size car, where the Impala gave way to the Caprice at the top of the line. 327 small block, 4-barrel carburetor, some tubular headers added, and some chrome trim, power steering, power brakes, nice repaint in dark green. Now, Impalas would usually have a fastback body style on the two-door hardtop, but beginning in 1967, they took this formal look roof that was designed in 66 for the Chevy Caprice and also made it available in the Impala line. So this is a formal roof Impala SS for 1968.
So the interesting story about this car, it's actually a Canadian car, first sold up in Quebec. And it apparently was one of only about 1,000 or so 68 Impala SS that were sold in Canada that year.
Black interior, bucket seats, console, basket handle shifter. Auxiliary gauges added underneath the dash. And for 68, the tail lights moved from above the bumper to in the bumper, but still with the Impala, you got the triple tail lights. Lesser Chevys had to make do with 2%.
So I mentioned it's a Canadian car. It still has Canadian registration that you'll transfer over into a U.S. title. And according to the consignor, it only has about 63,000 miles on the odometer. And I'm sure it reads in kilometers.
Very nice base coat, clear coat repaint. Rally wheels, front and rear.
The Impala would have had the rally wheels from the factory, right? So that's something, a very popular a change to make, but you'd only see that on the Camaros and the Corvettes, correct?
I'm not sure if it was available as an option, but most Impalas got steel wheels with full wheel covers. One great thing about Canadian GM cars is GM Canada retained all their production records, whereas Chevy, Buick, and Olds tossed theirs away in the United States. So you can go back and see just how this car was built and what options were on it.
Well, that 68 Impala SS just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $32,000. And away it goes to a brand new owner. And who knows where they're going to register that. We'll take a break and come right back to Columbus. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, our inaugural trip to Columbus. Having a great time so far. And don't forget, if you'd like to put your collector car knowledge to the test and maybe win an incredible prize in the process, you're definitely going to want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. All you have to do is go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and to play. Now, you'll try to predict the winning bid on select auction vehicles that are going to cross the block this Saturday. That's tomorrow, June 27th. The overall winner at the end of all 4 of the 2026 Barrett-Jackson auctions is going to get the grand prize, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Pack Plus. And if you are really on top of your game this week and you can predict the exact final bid of all 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, well, you could win $100,000. We call it the Perfect 12 Jackpot, so make sure you're registered to play. Of course, terms and conditions apply. You have to be 18 to play. Just visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Up on the block right now, it is time for a Baby Bird, a 1957 Thunderbird.
Wow, beautiful car. Resplendent in red. White top, white interior, white walls. And yeah, evidence of restoration under hood, but this one has been driven and enjoyed quite a number of miles since. This little cork gasket is authentic to help seal it to the functional hood scoop. Aluminum valve covers, cast manifolds. The suspension all looks brand new here, and an original type tar top battery. So in this restoration, they've gone the distance to try to make this look as original as possible. Well done.
We do see a lot of these from the Minter restorations where they're overdone as far as, you know, everything gleaming and polished. But this one, yeah, much more correct looking, and that V8 3-speed automatic transmission with it as well. The last year of the Baby Bird.
Now, not a fresh restoration, couple little nicks in the paint here and there, showing this has been loved and enjoyed. And note the hard top is contrasting in white with the red. Did a little research after the Palm Beach auction where we saw two pink T-Birds cross with pink tops. It turns out that these hard tops I thought were just available in white or black. They were also available to be ordered to match the body, in body color, I was told by a couple of Thunderbird experts. So it's one of the great things about being at Barrett-Jackson. We're all here to learn.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a lot of great people who are out there watching. We love to hear from you when you have that little expert knowledge, because, you know, we see a lot of cars crossing the block. We can't know everything about all of them. Now, when this Thunderbird was on the showroom floor, you know, the end of the two-seater had already been written. You know, Ford had decided they were going to move to a four-seater for 1958, the car we respectfully called the Square Bird. While a lot of people lamented that from a sales perspective, boy, it sold much better than these two-seaters.
Well, it'll be a lot easier for Dad to convince Mom that this is the car they need when there's room for the kids in the back.
$27,000 for that 1957 Baby Bird, the Thunderbird convertible. All right, if you like red, how about a Chevelle from 1971 with a big block under the hood?
The 71 and 72 Chevelles looked almost identical, but from 100 feet away, you can tell this is a 71. Just look at the grille. It has one horizontal center bar. A 72 has two. One for the one, two for the two. You get it. And this one has the big block under hood. Four-barrel big block with hooker headers, power steering, power brakes, black interior, black vinyl top, floor shifter. Sharp car.
I like that they resisted the urge to dress up the engine bay to make it look, you know, more modern. It's definitely period correct, even though it's not what it was born with. 402 cubic inch V8. The wheels are definitely not something resembling anything it was born with, though. The chrome oversized wheels. And, well, that's certainly a choice.
Yeah, and the great thing is that's easy to overlook on the auction block, because that's probably the easiest thing you could change if you want to go back to, say, the stock 15 inchers.
I agree, and they make larger wheels that resemble the stock 15 inchers, which I think is the best choice, especially if you're upgrading the brakes.
You know, the consignor isn't saying this is the original engine in there, but he does call it a 402, and it's important to point out that the 396, as we always call it, was actually a 402 in the beginning. It was actually just slightly overboard, but they like that 396 number, so that's what they always use for marketing.
Yeah, there was a GM corporate edict about not putting engines over 400 inches in certain cars, and the insurance companies got involved. So no harm, no foul to call it a 396, because we all did and still do.
Well, we're at solid money. Top sale of the day so far is $60,000. Right now, we're at $60,000. That's the bid that just came in.
Great paint, great finish, and great result right there at $60,000 for that Chevelle. Sold over the phone. Well, we're still waiting for our first six-figure car. We're going to see a whole lot of them here in Columbus as we go through Friday and go through Saturday. You want to see some really big numbers? Let's take you back to a great auction moment from Palm Beach just 2 months ago.
All right, I sometimes say it's like seeing a unicorn. Rarely does anybody get to see a Pagani Huayra, and we have one here at Barrett-Jackson from 2016. It's up on the block.
Oh my gosh, we're already at $1.5 million. It keeps going. Over $2 million. You can see the beautiful weave here in the blue. And the details on this car are just incredible.
Now think about this. The original sticker, the base sticker for this car would have been $1.3 million. But with the factory options they put on this, they added another $225,000 to the base price. And now look how far we are above that price. $2.9 million. It has been sold here at Barrett-Jackson. What a top sale for a Pagani Huayra from 2016.
Well, that was the top sale in Palm Beach, and it was a jaw dropper. Here in Columbus, this Porsche 918 Spyder is expected to be the high seller of the auction when it crosses the block on Saturday. I don't even want to predict what the hammer price will be, but I can guarantee you it's going to have two commas.
Well, right now we got a fun car up on the block. Check this out, a real deal GTO, first year for the GTO, and it's already at $60,000.
Two-door hardtop, one of 3 available body styles, including a 2-door sedan and a convertible. This is the one you wanted. Light turquoise and done to a very high standard. I don't know about those wire wheel hubcaps, but they are aftermarket. Interesting look for this first-year GOAT when GTO was an option package on the Tempest Le Mans.
Well, and at $60,000, that means it is now tied as both the #1 sale of the day and the #1 sale of the auction overall. It's tied with a Chevy Impala bubble top, a Chevelle that just crossed the block a moment ago. But once again, I think before the day's over, those numbers are also going to fall, and we're going to see other numbers take their place. Right now, we got a 1953 Ford F100 custom pickup truck.
This one has the appearance of being dip painted, where even the grille, which would have been an ivory color stock, is body color. So is that roll pan in the front. No traditional front bumper here. Even the running boards have been done in body color on this one.
It looks like they made that panel with the bumper delete to add the turn signals or fog lights there. Upgraded massively under the hood as well. 428 cubic inch V8, Holley 4-barrel carburetor, Ford 9-inch rear end on this one. So upgraded under the hood as well. The suspension, yes, same. I think some upgrades there. 4-wheel disc brakes, a lot of stuff that you wouldn't have had when this truck was new.
Yeah, true resto mod, one that looks very stock appearing on the outside, but if you take away the body, it's been all modernized underneath. And I don't think we're even at the build cost right here at $30,000.
Well, I've got that Mustang 2 front suspension, which has become, and when I say Mustang 2 front suspension, likely did not come out of a Mustang. There's a lot of companies that recreate that style, and they're kind of plug and play. A lot of hot rodders can drop them in and do whatever they want with it, but that concept of the way Ford put it together has been used and copied over the years.
And the reason is that whole suspension mounts to a single horizontal cross member. It has unequal length upper and lower A-frames with coil springs and shocks and a racket pinion steering. It's a very compact unit, as it had to be for the Mustang 2, but we see it on everything from resto mods to NASCAR modifieds, even today, for a steering system that was designed for 1974.
There's probably more Mustang 2 front end surviving than Mustang 2s themselves because they're so popular, right?
Well, the weird story about that is there was a guy who was going to build replicas of Model A's. He'd managed to get a lot of those old Mustang 2 front ends. He never built the Model A's. As a result, he put them on the market, and hot rodders found them. $39,000. That is the price for that 1953 Ford F100. Let's check in with April Rose.
Rick, I'm out here in the pre-staging lanes with this sweet girl, 1949 Cadillac Series 62. Now, this one's very important because we have the birth of the fins actually the year before, but these fins were designed by Harley Earl, and they're modeled after the Lockheed P-38 fighter plane, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger into the 60s, and this is where it all started. So check that out. Now, I love the back end of these, nice swooping tail. You got a light up here even for your license plate, the emblem with the little ducks in there, come on around the side. You got your fender skirts, and this entire piece, this entire fender was bolted on, not part of the body. Take a look inside. One of my favorite logos ever, right in the center of the dash there, the Cadillac crest with the wings, screams Art Deco. It is gorgeous, and that speaker below it looks like a front grille of a 50s car. It is gorgeous. Keep on coming forward on these hubcaps. You got the crest as well. Big, wide, whites, tires up front, tons of heavy chrome, and of course the flying goddess following a strip of stainless steel all the way up to that split window. Now this one's got a 331, 160 horsepower V8, 4-speed hydromatic automatic transmission. She is gorgeous. You see a little bit of raindrops though, Rick. Hey, you know what? I think I need an umbrella guy to follow me around like they do at the races. That would be nice. Can you send one out?
I guarantee you can find a few volunteers out there. It shouldn't be hard at all. Thanks a lot. Look forward to seeing that cross the block. Love that era of the Cadillac. But I'll tell you what, you don't like caddies? How about Mustangs? There's plenty of them here at Barrett-Jackson. Those are going to be crossing the block during the course of our next 2 days here on FYI. Welcome back to the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Columbus. You want to be large and in charge? How about this 1952 Ford F1 Custom Pickup?
Well, never have I ever. They did a great job of customizing the nose of this to look very non-stock and then extended the cab with a very, very short bed. Interesting, but very different.
Well, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson in Columbus for $35,000. You'll see they write the number on the sold sticker. Great thing is when you're walking around checking out all the cars, if cars have already crossed the block, you know what they sold for. Right now we got a 1970 El Camino Custom.
Well, 1970 was the high water mark for horsepower in Detroit in the horsepower race, and the El Camino, like its Chevelle cousin, was well treated. This one has a 350 with an aluminum manifold, 4-barrel carburetor, headers, a bit of chrome dress up here and there. Otherwise, very nice in red, aftermarket bucket seats and shifter, a combination analog and digital gauges in the dash. So those have been added. It's got a nice bed mat to keep the rhino-lined bed in good shape. I like this one, Tyler.
I agree. Gleaming paint, the rally stripes, the Krager wheels, very popular choices, and a few add-ons for better drivability, including air conditioning, look like aftermarket Navy vintage air system, to where you really could use this thing year-round, especially in the brutal summers if you wanted to. So a lot to like here.
This particular body was used from 1968 through 1972 with headlight, grille, and trim modifications, but otherwise this is likely the most popular of the El Camino body styles through the years.
Yeah, in 1970, the most popular year out of those. So you take that fact that it's got this nice resale red, love the stripes, and I like the fact that they've got the 350 engine in there. They haven't succumbed to the need to stick a massive block in there, because when you get right down to it, having a huge engine with a lot of horsepower and no weight over the rear tires, it's not really great at hooking up in terms of getting that horsepower to the ground. But boy, it looks great, and I like the way, like you said, they've got the Rhino liner in the back.
Sits and rides like a Chevelle, but it hauls in the back. So what do they say? Party in the front, business in the back? Is that how that goes?
The mullet of cars, that is right, Mike, and this one you could actually use with that bed liner, so I do appreciate that quite a bit. But overall, high quality here. Looks like upgraded digital gauges on the inside as well, modern shifter in it, modern bucket seats. Once again, a lot of improvements to where you could really drive and enjoy this thing and not feel like you're in a rickety old barge.
The El Camino was an easy build for Chevrolet as long as they were building two-door Chevelle station wagons. But along about the 6th generation Elco, the two-door wagon was gone and it became its own vehicle. And the final generation of El Camino through 1987 were built in Mexico.
Well, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson, $40,000. Goes away to a new owner, that 1970 El Camino with the 350 underneath the hood. A little while ago, April Rose and Larry Webster were previewing a 1971 Chevy Camaro. Second generation has arrived up on the block.
Now this is a base Camaro. You note the crosshatch or egg crate grille in silver. You got a silver grille unless you had a white Camaro or a Z28, in which case the grille was black. The full width bumper was stock, and this has the base 350 V8. Oh no, not the base. This is a 4-barrel, not a 2-barrel carburetor. So 270 horsepower, power brakes, power steering, air conditioning, all on this one. And the air injection reactor system, the AIR, what we call the smog pump, part of that system is still here in place. Now, the base Camaro was very different from the Z28, which got the twin sport mirrors. This one only got a single mirror, and it was just a very inexpensive chrome piece here on the driver's door.
Factory air conditioning option as well, and this one looks like under hood. Yeah, very stock and appropriate there. But I am noticing a very popular accessory in the 1970s to cut in the sunroof, that when a pop-up one, that usually hurts the value when somebody has gone and cut one in. And you know, this one looks like it's still in good shape as far as with the vinyl top, but it's definitely something that will hold back this car.
One kind of rare option sits right here behind the rear window, and that is a rear window defroster. Not the wire grid we see today, but that actually blew air up onto the rear window to keep it clear. So very nice base Camaro. The wheels were taken from a Z28. These are 15-inch wheels, and the Z28 was the only Camaro that got 15s. All the lesser Camaros, even the SS, made do with 14-inch diameter wheels.
Well, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson, $32,000 for that 1971 Camaro, the early part of the second generation for these cars. I love that placer gold color. And apparently the gentleman who's going to buy it and take it home. All right, coming up, another baby bird from 1957. This one's got a 312 cubic inch V8, that Y-block, automatic transmission, power steering, and the color, oh, I love it. It's colonial white. Wow, so much fun here in Columbus. Great cars like this one that's up on the block right now. A 1979 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
And this one, Rick, has only 15,000 miles. It is an unrestored survivor. It is beautiful. Look at those factory alloy wheels, gold over gold interior. Very sharp and unrestored and no rust. That's the kind of car you want to bring to Columbus.
Well, and those folks like that for $39,000. Remember, they'll pay a 10% buyer's premium over that as well, but they get to take home that original car. 1973 Chevy K10 custom pickup rolling up behind it.
Well, we see a lot of lifted pickups at Barrett-Jackson with outsized wheels and tires. These not brand new. They've been on here a while. This is a 73 Chevy V8, Skyjacker shocks, Rancho Springs, the big lift, 15 by 10s, lava gray base coat, clear coat. So this one's been repainted, nicely done, and then it's been enjoyed since.
This is in the first few years of square body production, this one being a K10, so it was a factory four-wheel drive with the Cheyenne package. It's a little more luxurious on the inside, but I do really like these wheels personally. Yeah, they are on the older side, but it's an accessory you would have found in the late 70s or the 80s, 15 inches with the big, mudden tires. It definitely has that look, someone sitting on the side of the road, just in period. So I like the look a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I like the full tonneau cover. It's a roll-up tonneau, which means it doesn't take up a lot of room, when it's retracted, but otherwise adds to the safety. Now the tailgate latch is present. No trim on the back there, just the embossed Chevrolet lettering. That tonneau cover will help with highway gas mileage, not that you're going to drive this one a lot on the highway. And for a while there was a big debate. Do you get better mileage with the tailgate down or the tailgate up when you have an open bed pickup truck?
Yeah, in fact, there were a lot of manufacturers building nets that would go across the back so you could keep your things inside if you wanted. The idea was to improve the mileage, but once again, I'm not sure it made a huge difference.
Well, in 73, when they had the first gas crisis, and what was it, 78 or 9 when they had the second one, people were looking for all kinds of mileage trips back then.
Of course, we look back on the gas prices back then that seemed so expensive, and today they just don't seem quite so bad.
On the other hand, take a look at what your salary was back then and compare it to now. I don't think you'd want to go back to those prices if you had to take those earnings to pay for them.
But okay, could I just go back and buy a couple of cars?
And keep them. That's the problem, right? It's like hanging on to stocks. You buy and hold, or do you buy and sell?
We had the chance to buy them and put away. We just weren't smart enough to do it. $26,000. That's the price for that 1973 Chevy K10 pickup. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, check this out. I'm falling in love. 1958 Continental Mark III Custom. Do I need to say custom? I think you can see beautiful pearl white paint throughout. You got these quad headlights that tilt out at an angle, massive Dagmars up front. Love this gold Continental 3 call out right on that front fender. And they're gorgeous body lines. They're almost inset with these humongous 20-inch wheels and tiny little rubber band white walls. Keep on coming back, wrap around windshield, but you've got to check out this door. It is really, really heavy, first of all, but of course you got your ashtray in the center, which all the cars had back in the day, Continental script written up front, and these are your window controls, one for this front window, the other for the back. That's high-end power. Also a vent right here that you can control the direction in through the door to get heat and air conditioning into the back seat. Beautiful Italian red leather inside. Hey, they even added cup holders. That's a nice touch. Wraparound padded dash for safety. I mean, they did such a great job on this. And the thing I love the most are these top halves. They're leaned in slightly, and you could put that back windshield down. It's all motorized, and it is gorgeous. Gets fresh air right in the cabin with that beautiful surround of stainless all the way around. Baby fins with that gold detailing inside, concave back end. And here's your little hidey hole for the key to open this massive trunk that you could fit your entire house in. This is a massive car, and Rick, it's coming your way in just a moment.
Yeah, that was from the bling years of the Continental world, 58 through 60, and we'll talk more about that when it gets up on the block. 2006 Ford Shelby GTH center stage right now.
Second coming of the Shelby Mustang for the Hertz Rental Car Company, rephrasing what they did in 1966. They built 500 of these. You could rent them from Hertz at many airport locations, but not this one. This one came off the assembly line and went right into the collection of a Ford executive, from which it has now been removed and offered here for sale.
The advantages of being an executive at an auto company. Away it goes, and we are going to take a break from our action here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Columbus. Having a lot of fun so far. Don't go away. Plenty left to come. Well, the car culture is huge in Columbus, and plenty of folks have come out for the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction that's being held at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds. And inside, well, it's auction time. Right now, we got a 1981 Chevy K20 custom pickup.
But this is so different. We often see street rods that were built as Fords or Plymouths or whatever, stuffed with Chevrolet engines. And everybody goes, oh, well, that's not appropriate. How about this? This Chevy pickup has a Cummins 5.9-liter diesel, an Allison automatic, and it has Ford Dana front and rear axles underneath. So once you get past the body, I don't think there's a lot of Chevrolet left here, but it sure is interesting.
The greatest hits album of pickup trucks in here. Everything from Ford, Dodge, and Chevy, the square body being the most popular body style. So I guess it makes sense. These mudding tires that are sticking out, sort of the mud grabber sticking way out past where they normally would. I wonder if they did spacers or it's just the offset of the wheels themselves to where you can see actually the brake calipers and discs, this four-wheel disc on this thing, on the inside of the truck. So it's a pretty radical custom here.
And it looks really clean as it's going by. I mean, I'm looking underneath. It doesn't look like it's had a lot of miles. No, massive, massive tires that can grab just about anything. But there, look at that differential in the back. You see the big shocks, the leaf springs, big, huge exhaust that are coming out the back.
Yeah, like the unintentionally inboard disc brakes because of the big offset of the wheels. And the Spacers, Tyler points out, tribal flames down the side. I think that's what you saw on the cover of just about every issue of Sport Truck magazine through the 1990s. How about inside?
Got that Cummins diesel badge and that wild paint job. But look inside, you do have upgraded stitched leather bucket seats. Looks like a stitched dash and some carbon fiber inserts. So they did pay attention a bit on the inside.
$45,000 for that 1981 K20 that, yeah, it says Chevy on the outside, but it's just about everything else underneath. By the way, if you want to break into our top 10, it's going to be at least $40,000. I think we have about a five-way tie with 5 or 6 different cars that are all sold at $40,000. Three-way tie at the top with 3 different cars sold so far today for $60,000. Well, here's a 1932 Ford Custom Roadster.
What was I just saying about Chevy engines and Fords? Well, here's a Chevy big block inside of this 1932 Ford Custom Roadster. This is a 454 big block, Y-end cast aluminum intake manifold, Edelbrock, former Carter AFB carburetors, not one but 2 of them, tubular headers, a modern accessory drive on the front. I did it tilt steering column, digital gauges. Interesting build.
Well, let's take a look at this 32 Ford underneath with the chassis cam. You can see that, single beam front suspension. That 454 is just as polished underneath as it is on top, along with the transmission. And all yellow under there. Even that drive shaft in the rear diff is painted yellow on this thing. So just as pretty underneath as it is on top.
I like what looks like a 4-link rear suspension with coilovers in the back. Give it a little extra handling there. Not sure if that's a trunk or a rumble seat, and they're not showing it open. LED lights in the back. The Halobrand kidney bean style, they call them salt flat wheels on the front. They are very lightweight, often made of magnesium, if not cast alloy, and recessed wheels wider in the back.
Well, away that one goes, $32,000 for that 1932 Ford Custom with that huge 454 cubic inch Chevy engine that they've jammed into that engine compartment. Away it goes. Right behind it, we're going to see a 1957 Buick Special come up to the block.
Now look down the side of this and look at that gleaming stainless steel trim that drops down low in front of the rear wheel and then jumps up and over. Buick calls that the sweep spear. And it was one of their signature styling elements, along with the portholes on the front fender, or Ventaports as Buick called them. You got 3 on each side for the Buick Super or Special. You got 4 if you had the top-of-the-line Roadmaster.
No engine swaps on this one. Nothing different or strange going on there. Just a 364 cubic inch V8, 4-barrel carburetors, so some decent performance in 1957. And beautiful inside and out as far as this matching, I guess, lighter turquoise. A little extra pearl metallic, definitely what you got from the factory when new, but in the theme with the correct 50s colors.
Yeah, this was the entry-level Buick for 1957. And, of course, you talk about that 364 cubic inch. Everybody just refers to it as the nail head because of the way the valves kind of go straight up and down. But, boy, what a classic look with those 3 Ventaports on the side.
Now, look at this character line that runs down the spine of the roof and bisects the 3-piece rear window. It does that on both sides and continues down the trunk lid. This is 1956. Where would we see this styling touch again more famously? How about the 1963 split window Corvette Stingray?
And that apparently is the original factory color. I'm sure it's been refinished, but the original color is called mint green with a medium green interior. So they've tried to keep it as original as possible.
Wire wheels, yes, you could get them on these full-size GM cars. They were an expensive option. They are heavy. They are hard to keep balanced and in tune, but some people just love that look on these big sleds.
Well, and this is just a few years, of course, after the 53 and the 54 Buick Skylarks that had come out. The Skylarks were essentially custom cars made by the factory in limited productions. One year, I think they only made 800. Next year, about 1,600. So they were still trying to carry over some of the styling touches. In particular, the chrome that goes around the tail lights. That was stylized after that 1954 model, and this one just sold for $40,000. All right, from Buick to Ford, staying in 1957. In this case, it's going to be a Thunderbird.
Final year for the Baby Bird. Here we have chrome wire wheels again, and the removable hardtop in this white over red presentation. Again, a lot of beautiful chrome and stainless. Should be a Y-block V8 underneath the hood, and there it is with all the proper touches. Not a Minter bird, as we discussed earlier, but one that's been nicely restored. Now, I do see power steering here. What I don't see, rather surprisingly, is a power booster for the brake master cylinder. So power steering, not power brakes on this one. Nicely done, though.
So there's no cowl on these up near the windshield. If you want fresh air coming into your feet, you pull this lever up here, and that is what opens up to send fresh air into your feet on the side. So no air conditioning to speak of on these things, of course, in the 1950s, but you do have that to get some fresh air in directly to make the cabin comfortable.
And they didn't have that in 1955, and a lot of people were complaining that it was stuffy inside. So that vent on the side comes along in 1956, and of course it's there for 1957 as well. You know, and the legend goes that there was a contest within Ford about how to come up with the name. And one particular employee, came up with the name, submitted it, Thunderbird. And the prize, you know what the first prize for coming up with the name? A brand new suit. He didn't want the jacket, he just took the slacks, as the story goes. Still got that Town and Country radio. It's got that new white soft top that goes with this as well. That's in addition to that hard top with the porthole.
Yeah, the Town and Country radio was a Ford exclusive. You had a switch you could throw for town stations, local stations, or if you were out in the country, you wanted to get far away stations, well, flip the switch and the antenna would seek out those stations further away.
Yeah, amazing to think that radios in cars had only been around for about 25 years at that point. And that 1957 Ford Thunderbird has a brand new owner. Away it goes for $39,000. Back here in Columbus, up on the block right now is a 1949 Cadillac Series 62 convertible that April Rose previewed just a little while ago.
This thing is beautiful, and 1949 is a big year for Cadillac because they brought in the overhead valve engine, 331 cubic inch, and they had the redesign the year before with that twin tail to resemble the P-38 Lightning aircraft here in the back. And it was so acclaimed at the time, it was given the very first Motor Trend Car of the Year award back in 1949, of course still around today, and it's easy to see why as far as coming out of that post-war, these new generation of styling, and they really knocked it out of the park with this one. You see, I thought this the other day, but this is actually the hidden fuel filler door in the tail lamp right here to not disturb the body lines, and that's something Cadillac did from 48 into the mid-1950s.
And you cannot say enough about the engine that's in this car, because this is what really lays the foundation for the small block Chevys that come in the mid-1950s. It wasn't just that it was overhead valve. It wasn't just that it was a V8. It was the compact nature of the block that they put together. It worked so well in this car that by 1955, they came up with another version that became the foundation of the Chevrolet V8s. $48,000 for that 1949 Cadillac Series 62 convertible with that 331 cubic inch engine underneath the hood. Now, just a moment ago, a 1956 Corvette convertible crossed the block with a 265 cubic inch V8 engine. Love the color, the Cascade green with beige cove, the chrome accents. It sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $80,000, and right now, that is the #1 sale of the day. How about a Camaro from 1968? This one is a custom coupe.
That Corvette was an exceptional restoration, so the price certainly makes sense. And this one, this Camaro, a pretty exceptional custom. Second year of Camaro production, and you can see under a hood it has been upgraded. You have vintage air conditioning, power brakes, and small block V8s with headers and prettier dress-up covers and things. But they also did a good job, I feel like, with keeping what was good with the original on the Camaro. So you look inside and you have the pretty houndstooth interior, and it looks like a modern shifter for an automatic transmission there. So upgraded in all the right ways, but still paid tribute to the parts that people like about the 1968 Camaro.
Yeah, very much a resto mod look with those nice chrome wheels on the outside, but I love this beautiful red color on the outside as well. You know, it's got Hooker headers, it's got an Edelbrock intake, better carburetor, brand new billet serpentine pulley belt and kit, brand new electronic ignition, a lot of Detroit speed suspension components. So much has been done to make this just a better car than what pulled out of the factory. And really, that's the story of resto mods these days, right? So many people love the look of cars like this, but when they drive them, they go, boy, it drives like a 1968 car. So when you can put on, new front and rear disc brakes, when you can improve the cooling system, maybe put in vintage air, you just make it a much more drivable car.
I like that they went with the Redline tires, sort of period correct there, looking like the Hot Wheels of the period with the chrome wheels. The cowl induction hood, I believe, wasn't something you get in 1968, but definitely works on this one.
To be honest with you, the wheels are probably the one thing I'd change on that car. I think they're just a little bit over the top. Having said that, wheels are easy to change, and if you like them, there's plenty of chrome to go through. $52,000. Thumbs up. Don't forget, Barrett-Jackson.com is the place to go to for all of the information about what's happening in the Barrett-Jackson world. You get to see the cars that are crossing the block, see all the latest news in the Barrett-Jackson world. So that's the place you want to go to learn more about what's happening in the auction world. Let's move on to 1973 and the Plymouth Cuda.
The second to last year of this body style here, one of the most popular Mopars of the day. You can see the iconic split grille on these things. Under hood, we have a Mopar Performance, a smaller V8 on this one, 340 cubic inch V8, and manual transmission, sort of the Hurst pistol grip in there. So once again, we do have some upgrades to make this thing a little more fun to drive, but everything correct of what people liked on these in the period, including this high impact color.
Well, and just that fast, we are now looking at the top seller of the day. $90,000 the current bid. Well, you can see why. I mean, it looks great on the outside. Got that 340 cubic inch V8, the factory 4-speed manual transmission, pistol grip shifter. Boy, and it's got original documentation from Chrysler service records. All right, you'll notice they just dialed the bid back a bit to $85,000. They want to make sure they've got the right person with the right bid, and that is what it sells for. $85,000 up in the skybox. High-fiving everybody all the way around. That is now the #1 sale of the day. Tell you what, the numbers just suddenly started to jump up. I have a feeling that that's the way the rest of this day is going to go. Out of McGuire staging lanes, let's take a look at some of the cars that are going to be crossing the block. Doesn't matter whether you want Mopar, mid-50s Tri-5 Chevys. They're up in the white on the right-hand side. That's that Continental that April Rose was previewing. We'll see that very shortly. And, of course, no shortage of great pickup trucks. That's all staging and will be up on the block in just a moment. Right now we got a 1970 Mustang Mach 1.
Another big deal here, maybe not quite as crazy as that Mopar earlier, but a real Mach 1 with a 351 under hood, and that Ram era hood, you can see it is attached to the engine, a hole in the hood, to actually shaker hood, I should say, to where it actually jiggles with the engine, hence the shaker. And beautiful color on this one, louvers, manual transmission, exactly what you would want if you want a 1970 Mach 1. This is it.
Yeah, of course, they changed the body style pretty significantly between 1968 and 69. Between 1969 and 70, just some subtle differences. You lose the scoop that was on the side. But boy, this is a very aggressive look and has become one of the most popular body styles of all time for folks who love the Mustang. The fact you've got the 351 cubic inch engine, you've got that shaker hood underneath. It's got a Hurst top loader 4-speed transmission. So really, everything is nice about this. And right now, we're only bid to $54,000.
And a very faithful, high-quality restoration here. You can see the Hurst shifter added. That's a very, it's a day 2 modification there. But a little bit of luxury here on the inside with the vinyl stamped interior, the faux wood, all the gauges, including the tach. So this thing is well optioned in 1970.
You know, the Mach 1, really the car that brought an end to the Shelby series, because why did you have to spend extra money for a Shelby when you were getting a Mach 1 that had all the performance in the Ford world? And this one just sold for $54,000. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. He'll sign the paperwork, agree to pay a 10% buyer's premium, and he gets to walk home with his very cool Mach 1. Well, welcome back to day 2 of the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Columbus, and we're going to check in with April Rose and Larry Webster.
That's right, Rick. We're in the South Showcase right now. Of course, our guy, Larry Webster, editor-in-chief, Hagerty Magazine. Now, Larry, I know you're new with us, but I got to tell you something, okay? Every time a Sunbeam Tiger comes through Barrett-Jackson, all the guys melt around it. They're just, Larry, they're obsessed with them. Can you tell me about it? Kind of bring me into this world, and what is it about this car that's so special?
My gosh, there's so much to talk about. I mean, first we just have to start to look at this kind of petite British roadster.
Right.
So it looks like kind of an MG or something like that. But if you look under the hood, this thing has something completely different than any MG. This has got a Ford small block V8, and it was quite fast. And this is my favorite part. Guess who made the first prototype?
Who is it going to be?
I think you know. I know you know.
Carroll Shelby.
Totally.
The one and only.
And, so Carroll built the prototype for these. The Roots Group paid him $10,000 to build it. They also sent one to Ken Miles. He was one of the drivers of GT40 at Le Mans. He only got $800.
Right.
But he built one too, and then the Roots company decided, wow, this is just the thing we need for the American market to increase the performance of our Alpine, and the Tiger was born.
And it's pretty tricky because that's a big V8 shoved into the smaller type of body. That's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, so in the late 50s or early 60s when the Ford small block came out, everybody kind of recognized, wow, we could do a lot with this engine. The big enabler, in my view, was this distributor was here at the front of the motor, not in the back like it is in the Chevy. So they didn't have a length problem with install with this car. What they do have is a width problem. You can see there's just not a lot of room, but they did make it work, and they made this as a really terrific performance car. And I think, you know, if you think about a Shelby Cobra is like $1 million car, a good one of these is between 50 grand and 100 grand.
Right, basically. Well, it's not the same thing, but the same idea and the same feel. Now, here's the thing. I've heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, and I'm going to guess that you might know, that Carroll Shelby got a royalty off of each one of these sold. They sold about they made about 7,000 of them. Is that correct?
That's right. Carroll thought he was going to get to build these like he did the Cobra, which was an ACAce that came from England. He put the motor in his shop in LA. But he did not, but they gave him a cut, like a royalty for every one built.
Right, so he's got some jingle jangle off of these. It's a really sweet car, man. I love the look of that wood.
Yeah, so you get all the sort of the charisma of a British roadster, but you know, a lot of them had anemic 4-cylinder engines, especially in modern traffic, like can't keep up.
This is so great.
This one has a V8, it's got tons of torque, tons of power, and they're just wonderful machines to drive.
Now you can keep up. Rick, what do you think?
I love Sunbeam Tigers, one of my favorite cars. You can see why you guys picked that one. And this is another car that April picked, a 1958 Lincoln Continental Mark II Custom Coupe.
I believe this one's the Mark III, much more squared off of the styling with the Mark III. And of course, Ford of that era, a lot of them were doing this. Of course, the Square Bird was around this time. But this thing is stunning. Pearl metallic paint. Rick, what are you looking at?
I really want to point out this air cleaner right here because this is a cool piece of work. Now, this is a tri-carb setup, right? A six-pack setup. This is not the way this particular car was born because most of these did not come with this. But this is really cool. Look at the way that's designed. That alone is worth the price of admission. Now, those are not easy to find. You can also find a Mercury Marauder edition of those as well.
Looks like factory air conditioning on this as well, which would have been a very luxurious option in 1958. Of course, it has been modified somewhat, lowered considerably. You can see those giant Lincoln-esque wheels. Of course, they're not factory, they're oversized. But all of Rolls-Royce, they have the logo always facing up. As that thing rolling across the block, they have a gyro in there to where it's facing up. And then that deep pearl metallic paint, it is stunning.
I'm trying to think of Mercury's name for this rear window design because you notice the center part of the rear window retracts and drops down for improved ventilation. Remember, most cars at this time were not built with air conditioning.
It was called the Breezeway.
Thank you.
Well, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $55,000 for that 1958 Continental Mark III. We got to make sure we talk about that. Remember, the Continental Mark II was sold all the way through 57 when Continental was a separate division, and then this car came out. 1955 Chevy Bel Air convertible rolls up behind it.
What a gorgeous, factory correct mid-50s GM two-tone this Bel Air wears, with the secondary color on the trunk and the rear quarters separated by the stainless steel trim from the lighter aqua, and the interior is color matched to that secondary color that we see on the rear of the car. In this, the first year of the shoebox Chevy and the first year of the overhead valve V8 under hood at 265 cubic inches.
This one has the two-speed Power Glide transmission, so a lot of luxury options on this one, along with the convertible made for a very expensive Chevy in 1955. You're knocking on the door of, you know, they're more luxury brands within GM with probably the price tag on this thing. But of course, the Tri-5 Chevys, they were enormously popular then as they are now.
You know, just a few moments ago, we saw that 1949 Cadillac rolling across the block, and we were oohing and awing over that V8 engine that came out in 1949. And it is a different configuration than what's in this engine, but the point I made is that that 1949 Cadillac overhead valve V8, the compact size, is what really laid the foundation for the engine that you find in this car right here.
In fact, the Cadillac V8 was the choice of hot rodders up to and through 1954. Briggs Cunningham even took a couple of Caddy V8 powered cars to race at Le Mans, finishing in the top 10. But once Chevrolet produced their now legendary small block V8 in volume beginning 1955, once these started showing up in the record yards, boy, everybody grabbed them, put them in their hot rods, and the rest, as we say, is history.
Well, and some people have made the point, why is the Chevy, the Tri-5 Chevy 55 through 57 so popular today? I mean, part of it, of course, is the looks of the car. But a lot of it had to do with the fact that these engines are so bulletproof, they were so easy to work on, that an awful lot of people were willing to work on them, hang on them, and as a result, they owned them, and it really cemented the legacy of this Tri-5 Chevy on through the years. And this one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $59,000. We had an internet bidder who was involved and came away buying that one, so congratulations to them. Well, we were just talking about Sunbeam Tigers, and look what we have up at the block right now, a 1966 Tiger.
A footnote to Larry's story is that when Chrysler Corporation bought the Roots Group, they were still building Sunbeam Tigers. However, Chrysler's small block engine at 273 cubic inches was too wide for the Tiger's engine bay. So they had to keep building these with Ford power, and instead of a label on the front fender saying powered by Ford, the later cars, well, just said V8. They didn't want to acknowledge that they were still getting their engines from Dearborn for this great sports car. Well, these built on the four-cylinder Alpine, as Larry explained, this was the Cobra for people that couldn't afford a Cobra or couldn't tolerate the fact that the Cobra had an easily dented aluminum body and had side curtains, not roll-up windows, and an assemble it, not raise it convertible top. This was the practical alternative right here.
Usually I see these in red. It's the most common color choice because that's what you saw on Get Smart, the goofy detective TV show of the period. I saw it growing up on reruns at Nick at Night. So that's my first exposure to the Sunbeam Tiger.
Now, this car has been tacked, and that is a very important attribute. There is a Tiger Authentication Committee that will look at these cars and go through them and certify them as having been built as an original Tiger, and that they're not an Algar, which is an Alpine converted to a Tiger with an added V8. So, real deal here.
Yeah, and as Larry mentioned, while Carroll Shelby built the original prototype for this, there was a gentleman by the name of Jack Brabham. Formula One fans might know him, three-time world champion. He was the guy who came up with the original idea. He's the one who went to Roots and said, you know what? I think if you put a bigger engine in the Alpine, you might have a success. $40,000, that's what this 1966 Sunbeam Tiger sells for. Well, coming up in just a little bit, we're going to see a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner, but this one's a convertible. It's got the 383 cubic inch engine under the hood. I love all the elements on this, including that R6 red finish. You'll see that very soon. Back here in Columbus for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. This is our second day. A lot of fun stuff across the block yesterday. Today, well, the quality of the cars, the price of the cars has been going up. They have cars tucked away in some of the buildings. They've also brought some tents out. Next year, we get a brand new building. We're looking forward to coming back for that. Right now, we got a 1970 Chevy K10 custom pickup.
Well, here's another big Chevy pickup that's been lifted and given a heart transplant. This one has a 5.9-liter Cummins diesel, backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission and a big 12-bolt rear, 18-inch wheels, 37-inch tires. Big.
There is no missing this one, that's for sure. Not just the size, but the color. They nicknamed it the Hulk. And this one, again, Cummins turbo diesel swapped. So we see another not traditionally motor found in a Chevy, a lot more in Dodges. Nissan also did some Cummins engines, but a pretty popular thing to do. And I like the bead locker wheels on this one to make sure if you do set off-roading, the tires don't get ripped off. Of course, the all-terrain tread. Looks like a really nicely done suspension lift as well. I'd say just at the max that you want to do.
As long as you can get it in your garage, it's a great buy. $38,000 for that 1970 Chevy K10 custom pickup nicknamed the Hulk. Well, we saw a 1970 El Camino roll across a little earlier today. Now we got another one up on the block.
Well, and this one is said to be an SS396, so big block engine, American Racing torque thrust wheels, the SS dash and round gauges instead of the standard horizontal speedometer, and boy, a big block with ramjet injection under hood.
Well, that puts a wrap on our first 2 hours of coverage today here in Columbus. But you know what? Our engines are just getting warmed up. We have 4 more hours of live auction action that are all headed your way here on FYI. Welcome to the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Columbus auction. The world's greatest collector car auction has finally made it to the Midwest, the heartland of America. We're here at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds, and this building is packed right now. Obviously, a lot of folks have been anxiously waiting for Barrett-Jackson to make their appearance here, and we have finally arrived in Columbus. I'm Rick DeBrule, along with Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. And up on the block right now, a 1970 El Camino Custom.
Boy, beautiful Mulsanne blue, base coat, clear coat paint, white stripes. Very cool presentation here. Now, this wears American Racing Torque Thrust D wheels. What is the D? The D means that the backside of the spokes has been relieved to clear the calipers on the D for disc brakes. Sharp.
It's amazing how things had to change over time. $45,000, that's the sales price for that 1970 El Camino Custom with the 396 cubic inch big block V8 underneath the hood. Going to stay in the Chevy world, a little more modern, well, slightly. 1986, this is a K10 Custom.
Custom by Lifted, but it's the stock 5-liter powertrain underneath. Doesn't look like any modifications there, but a pretty large lift on this thing for all-terrain tires and a really nice, better than factory two-tone repaint on this one that's definitely gleaming here on the block.
305 V8. Not many modifications there. Power steering, power brakes, as you would expect. This one's been given a 4-inch suspension lift all the way around. Another of those great GM two-tone paint jobs.
Big money here for a square body, but the 4-wheel drive factory short bed is pretty unusual. And of course, not many survive, considering most were used as trucks, rusted out and gone. This one looks like it's all original as far as the body panels go, just a nicely repainted. And yeah, big money, just crossing $60,000.
And underneath, I can tell you, it looks just as clean as it does up top. You know, the exhaust, everything's been done right. So I'm not sure when the build was done on this, but it doesn't look like it's too long ago, and hasn't had a lot of road miles put on it since then. Currently bid to $60,000, and right now we got about a, 4 or 5 way tie for the number 4 sale of the day, with a bunch of cars that have sold for $60,000 so far.
It's great to see the square bodies getting this level of appreciation, where someone can go through and restore one to this level, customize it, and maybe not LS swap it even, and get this kind of money. This is pretty cool to see. The car is just as old as me. I was born in '86 as well.
I'll rub that in just a little bit. $60,000, the way it goes to a new owner. It's shot right up to $50,000. They had to work a little harder to get from 50 to 60 in that one. Congratulations to those folks. 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. But before we get there, don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to for the list of all the cars like this Roadrunner that are crossing the block. You want to get more information? Maybe check out what's coming up later on today. Maybe think about bidding on a car tomorrow. Go to Barrett-Jackson.com.
All right, this is the second year for Plymouth's cartoon car, and the year it really became a hit with 3 different body styles. Yeah, there you go. There's a great story about how that Roadrunner horn came to be. No, it was not from a Volkswagen Beetle. When we have more time, I'll tell it to you. But on the first year, those horns were just black. Then they put the Roadrunner on them, the decals painted them purple. Yeah, the Roadrunner's right there on the air cleaner, down the sides, all over this thing, because Plymouth's cartoon car was a huge hit.
Yeah, they licensed the Roadrunner name from the cartoon, and it's still the stickers down the side. This paint is much deeper, way more sparkle to it as far as the metallic than you would have gotten from the factory. But otherwise, it looks pretty stock as far as the thing left the factory in 1969.
Look at the little Roadrunner decal on the trunk. He's got his racing helmet in hand. As Plymouth had so much success with the Roadrunner, Dodge had to come up with their own version, which was called the Super Bee, of a budget supercar. The first year it was just a two-door sedan. Here in year two, you could get a two-door sedan, two-door hardtop, or this, the convertible. You still got a bench seat, a column shifter. Not a lot of luxury touches, but a lot of performance.
But unlike Plymouth, that was willing to pay the rights fee for the Roadrunner, Dodge decided they were going to create their own litter critter with the Super Bee.
Well, in fact, Rick, Plymouth paid for the rights to use the cartoon bird. They were going to call it the Roadrunner no matter what. Since the Roadrunner is the state bird of New Mexico, that name is in the public domain.
Love that color, Jamaica blue, those Krager wheels. One thing I wish they'd done, I wish they'd put the top down as it was rolling across the block.
I see a little bit of a bargain here for a sharp muscle car convertible with a few day two options like those wheels with fresh paint and trim. I think this is a good buy right here.
Well, just sold for $64,000 for that 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner convertible. Next car rolling up onto the block is a 1966 Chevy Biscayne, and I think it's going to be time for some Haggerty fast facts on this one. You know, Biscayne was, of course, named after the Biscayne Bay in Florida. Now, the Biscaynes were produced all the way from 1958 all the way up through 1975. And back then, the Biscayne was the cheapest full-size Chevy that you could buy at the time.
And this was the cheapest body style, the two-door sedan. This car, new, rolled out of Larson Chevrolet in Superior, Wisconsin, sold to a buyer in Minnesota for $3,500. It is rare in that it had a factory four-speed and heavy-duty suspension. I'm thinking, Tyler, somebody bought this to drive it a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, pretty stripped down, bare bones, other than the engine powertrain as far as the 427 and the 4-speed, something that you had to fight to get into smaller Chevy sedans of the period. And this one beautifully restored as well.
And it's getting a lot of love. We're up to $77,000. Remember, this was the entry-level Chevy in its day. Now we're at 80, 82.
A well-documented car with its original window sticker and sales invoice. You saw those steel wheels and the poverty hubcaps. Black with a red vinyl interior, bench seat, floor shift 4-speed, of course. Very little trim, because after all, this was the base car. This was the car that, in four-door style, was used as taxi cabs, as police cars, as municipal cars. But this one was built to go drag racing.
Well, here's the interesting question. This car has less than 30,000 miles on the odometer. I wonder what happened to it.
Yeah, but that's 120 passes down the quarter mile, Rick. This thing's been rode hard.
$85,000 makes it tied as the top seller of the day so far here at Barrett-Jackson on day 2 of our Columbus event. Wow. What a story. The entry-level Biscayne brought big, big money here at Barrett-Jackson. Rolling behind it, a 1970 Pontiac GTO.
One of my favorite years of Pontiac's GOAT, where the Endura front bumper surrounded the quad headlights and the split grille and made it look very Firebirdish, I guess you could say. Very similar styling. This one's got a good bit of chrome dress up. That was factory. My dad had a brand new 1965 chrome air cleaner top, chrome valve covers. That's the way they came. That great Pontiac metallic blue on the engine. This one with a matching numbers 400 cubic inch engine, 350 horsepower, and a complete rotisserie restoration. Watch the number climb because this should rock the block.
Well, let's see if they really got this rotisserie going underneath this GTO with the chassis cam. So yes, that 400 cubic inch V8 is gleaming underneath. Drive shaft spinning, the floorboards looking fantastic, almost you can eat off of. Same with the exhaust, it looks brand new. And there's that hotter rear end, 355 ratio rear end to make this thing hook up.
Yeah, Chevy called it Positraction. I believe other GMs use terms like safety track, but we're talking a limited slip rear end so that it would hook. Brown interior, seldom seen on GTOs. A lot of these got parchment or white interiors or black interiors. This looks really pretty sharp with the gold and the black vinyl top, which it seems every other GM A-body of 1970 wore.
I like it, the muted colors as far as that, the brown interior, sort of the start of those 70s, sort of, the brown beigey colors, but this is a big performer here, so somewhat stealth.
Yeah, just 35,000 original miles on the odometer. Just screams earth tones from the 1970s with the green on the outside, black on the top, brown inside. Hammers down $66,000 for that 1970 Pontiac GTO. A little while ago, we previewed a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner convertible, and guess what? It has now arrived up on the block. This one, a little different than that last one we saw. I love the color on this one, that real RM27 Roadrunner convertible. Everything's right about this.
Well, this one's been treated to some way oversized wheels and tires we'll get to in a minute in the original factory style. Absolutely. I love it. It was a rule. Chuck Jones was the animator at Warner Brothers, created the Roadrunner and Coyote and a number of other great characters. Drew Bugs Bunny a lot during his very, very long and storied career, wrote a book about it. And there were certain rules about the Roadrunner, one of which was the Coyote could never catch the Roadrunner. And another was everything the Coyote bought to go after the Roadrunner had to come from the Acme Company. Just so much fun. Great cartoon and a great car.
Like that one earlier, also a 383 with this one, but the red finish with the red interior, I think those seats are not correct as far as the color or the type, but otherwise pretty close, correct restoration here.
Crank windows, no power windows, not a whole lot of, let's say, add-on options on these. Bench seat, horizontal speedometer, I don't see a tack. They may have been optional. The little Roadrunner decal in the center of the steering wheel says beep, beep. But, look, you don't see much stainless trim on this. There's very little chrome. This was the budget supercar at Plymouth.
And Mike, the word Acme's kind of been lost to time, right? Once upon a time, the word Acme actually means the peak. But for a long time, a lot of companies were named after Acme.
Not after the Roadrunner cartoons, because Acme became synonymous with the Coyote's failure to catch the Roadrunner.
$55,000 for that 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner convertible. Everything's likable about that thing, including the beep beep. Well, moments ago, we got a new top seller. We went away for a commercial break in this 1969 Camaro. It's a Copo recreation. Got everybody's attention here in the auction arena. It sold for $86,000. And as I say, that is now the #1 seller of the day so far for day 2 here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, up on the block right now, we got a Chevelle Custom that just sold for $65,000. They're going to roll that away, and right behind it is a 1996 Porsche 911 Carrera 4 Cabriolet.
The last generation of air-cooled Porsches right here, the 993 chassis designation. This one a cabriolet with an automatic transmission, two things that will hold it back a little bit, but otherwise this thing is exceptionally clean and in the Porsche Guards red that people enjoy, and we'll see what it brings.
Yeah, very clean inside and out. Check out that engine bay that has been nicely preserved. You know, Porsche files were very upset when Porsche went to liquid-cooled engines beginning with the 1998-99 model year in the 911. What they didn't realize was Porsche had been racing liquid-cooled powered cars since the early 1970s. So the air-cooled Porsche being like the only choice, well, that ship had sailed. But these have become quite collectible and quite valuable as the last of their breed.
Already north of $50,000, and the mileage very low on this one. Less than 40,000 miles on the odometer with this one. So once again, that'll help this thing considerably. But if it were a coupe and a manual with this kind of miles, we'd be well into the six figures. But if you don't care about that, and you want the last generation of air-cooled Porsche with this old-school look, this is a great way to get into it.
I think the only thing that holds this back, Tyler, is that Tiptronic automatic transmission. Instead of paddle shifters, they had buttons on the steering wheel spokes that, well, rocker switches that didn't quite work as well.
You know, to your point, Mike, the ability to go to the water-cooled engine allowed Porsche to have a lot more engine management. They were able to control things a lot better in terms of the temperature and what they were doing, especially with emissions. So it was a pretty significant upgrade.
It was, and now I wouldn't trade my liquid-cooled Porsches for air-cooled Porsches. No thanks.
$70,000 for that 1996 Porsche 911, the Carrera 4 Cabriolet. Well, we always love seeing what kind of automobilia is on hand at the Barrett-Jackson auctions, and automobilia director Rory Brinkman caught up with a special guest who has a very cool piece of automobilia that's going to sell tomorrow.
We're on site at the inaugural 2026 Barrett-Jackson Columbus auction, and we're honored to have Rob Wolf from American Pickers here. He just found, or I should say, he just picked this amazing sign. Rob, can you tell us about it?
This came out of Chicago, basically from a Buick dealership downtown Chicago. Around 1960, they closed down. The reason they stay so mint is because they were actually inside the dealership. The smaller ones were used on the outside, and these big ones were used when you actually pulled your Buick in for service. So you can tell by the condition of it, it's got the original can.
This is actually a very rare sign. Most of the Buick Lubricares are only 8 feet in length. This is a 13-foot. It's only one of a handful ever known that are this size, and it is spectacular. And what's best, it's selling no reserve at the inaugural 2026 Barrett-Jackson Columbus auction. See you there.
And that sign is just one of the great automobilia pieces that will sell tomorrow before the cars cross the block. And you know, we know Rob from American Pickers, and maybe he'll show up with his brother Mike on the new season of History's Greatest Picks with Mike Wolf, which will be on the History Channel early next year. Love all that automobilia. Great stuff for the garage. And up on the block right now, a 1984 Chevy K10 custom pickup.
Well, this one's had a 12-inch lift, and I believe that was part of the repair process during following either the first, second, or third accident that this truck was involved in, according to its vehicle history report. But Skyjacker, that is an apt name for the lift on this.
That history isn't holding back the price much, nor is the long bet on this one. If it was wrecked, it looks like it's been repaired very well and using great components. Under the hood, a 383 stroker, so massive upgrade when it comes to power as far as the 305 or 350. Big money.
$54,000 for that 1984 Chevy K10 custom pickup with those big Super Swamper Bogger tires, that big huge lift kit. And away it goes to a brand new owner. And we're going to take a quick break as well for the Barrett-Jackson auction here in Columbus. Don't go away. A lot of great stuff left across the block today during our FYI coverage. Well, just moments ago, we got a new top seller of the day. This 1986 Chevy K20. It's a custom pickup. It's got a big 6-liter LS engine underneath the hood, 4-inch lift, got those Mickey Thompson huge tires. It became our first 6-figure car of the day. Now the #1 seller so far at $100,000. And right now up on the block, we got a 1988 Porsche 911. This is a Carrera Targa commemorative edition.
Well, the Targa, named for the Targa Florio road race in Italy. And the Targa bar is what is here past the removable part of this top. Now, the first Targas had plastic rear windows. This is the second version with the glass rear window, much more popular. Silver blue metallic, but Tyler, almost 150,000 miles on this one.
High mileage, but in the Porsche world, air-cooled, it really doesn't matter. It depends on how well it's maintained, how special it is. This one, a commemorative edition, celebrating the 250,000th Porsche 911 build. So pretty incredibly, they made that many cars even by then. But the Targa roof, yes, is removable on this one. High mileage, but it looks to be in excellent condition. Also has the more desirable transmission on the later one, the G50 5-speed manual, which was much smoother.
Well, that one just sold for $45,000 for that 1988 Porsche 911. All right, from the Porsche to the pickup, 1969 Ford F100 Custom.
Nicely done here. It looks like some of the trim that originally adorned this had been removed. Very nice look. I like the 3-piece looking wheels, give it kind of a little bit of a road race vibe. And a bit of chrome and dress up under hood with the air cleaner and the Ford Racing valve covers on that small block. Tubular headers have been wrapped with some heat insulation there. Looking at power brakes, power steering as well. So very interesting build here with a 302 V8 backed up by a Mustang 5-speed transmission.
Nicely lowered on this one with the spray and bed liner, so you can't actually use it as a truck. And it looks like they moved the fuel filler right here. Yep, so you can fill up, looks like a nice race tank there in the middle of the bed to not spoil the lines. So there are some very subtle but very good modifications on this thing.
So during this period, when Ford and Chrysler used a creamy ivory-looking white like this, Chevrolet used a color called Summit White, which was, well, it was basically refrigerator white, a bright, bright white, while Ford preferred an ivory shade such as this. Of course, that's not true anymore. The trucks built in high volume today are all contractor white. But back in this day, you could do something a little different and a little more special.
I like the manual transmission on this one as well, and the interior nicely upgraded with modern buckets and a leather stitched dash, much fancier than you could get in 1969. There were some examples of luxury trucks, but certainly not to this level.
$48,000, that is the sales price for that 1969 Ford F100 custom pickup truck. They'll write that on the sticker right there, and away it will go, and the new owner can pick it up. Well, take a look at this thing, this 2022 Ford Bronco custom SUV. It's a real truck, Joe Burrow build. Joe Burrow is from the Cincinnati Bengals, and his Joe Burrow Foundation will be the recipient. And we know that that's going to create a special moment here at Barrett-Jackson, because the charity sales always do. So we also want to take a look back at a special moment from a couple months ago in Palm Beach.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us today up here on the stage are 4 of the 64 living Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. Medal of Honor, yes, give them a hand.
What's really spectacular about this, not just that all the money and every penny, once again, will go to the Medal of Honor Foundation, but the fact that this is the first time this vehicle has ever been offered to the public.
Already $500,000, just incredible. Now at $800,000.
I see Rick Hendrick up in the skybox. He's involved in the bidding as well. We're at $1 million. $1 million just raised for the Medal of Honor Foundation by selling this GM Defense ISV utility. The first time one has ever been sold on the commercial market to the public. I'll tell you, over and over here at Barrett-Jackson, we see some great cars sell for great causes. In about an hour, we're going to see this 2022 Ford Bronco Custom, the real truck, the Joe Burrow build, representing the Cincinnati Bengals. It'll be up on the block and once again raising money for a great cause. Right now, we have a 1973 Daytona Pantera.
These were sold in the U.S. by Lincoln Mercury dealers. They wanted to be Ford Sports Car Company. They featured a mid-engine Ford V8 along with a 5-speed ZF manual transaxle, and were very capable performance cars. The second try by De Tomaso at a volume-produced sports cars, and highly prized today.
Well, we're sitting at $80,000 is the current bid. And that's exactly what it's going to sell for. This 1973 De Tomaso Pantera. Nicely done. The 351 cubic inch V8 5-speed manual transmission. And I even like the color. We'll be back in just a moment to Columbus. Out in the McGuire staging lanes, the cars are lining up, getting shined up for their moment in the sun when they will be crossing the block. Who knows how much money they'll bring? Just a few moments ago, we saw a 1970 Chevelle SS cross the block for $88,000. It became the #2 sale of the day. Right now, this 56 Chevy 210 Custom just sold for $70,000. And right behind it is a 1958 Olds Dynamic 88 Custom Convertible.
You don't see a lot of these restored. They didn't sell that many in the first place. All that stainless steel trim is very hard to find. So while we do see plenty of Chevrolets and a lot of Pontiacs and a few Buicks across the block, these Oldsmobiles are quite rare. Now this one's been modified. It was a Dynamic 88 when built, been modified into a Super 88 with an upgraded 371 cubic inch Rocket V8 4-barrel carburetor. They called their 4-speed automatic transmission the Jetaway Hydra-Matic. Look at all the gleaming stainless trim, two-tone interior. Beautiful, bright light blue. This car has a lot of what we'd call eyeball.
I agree. Look what Oldsmobile did in 1958 to look different from their cousins. I mean, that 4 trim treatment down the rear quarter and those taillights are just wild. And then you have 2 of the Oldsmobile stars on the trunk. There's a lot of detail here, and all this chrome and bright work looks to be redone. I can't imagine the bill on it. It was probably close to the current bid.
I don't understand this number. Maybe it's the fact that since Oldsmobile was the first of the GM divisions to be good-nighted, Pontiac to follow, maybe there just aren't enough Oldsmobile fans in the room or over the phone. But pay attention here, folks. Right now, this would be an incredible deal at $38,000.
And you'd most certainly have the only one at the car show wherever you went. So there'll be tons of 55 to 57 Chevys, but you'd have the only one of these.
Yeah, and you realize, we're going to remember, you know, Oldsmobile was trying to show that it was a little bit flashier than their Chevrolet and Pontiac counterparts. So having all that chrome, having all that bling just made it look even more special. The Dynamic 88 was the entry-level Oldsmobile. Then you went up to the Super 88. What they couldn't convert this into was a 98, which had a longer wheelbase.
Love the color. Looks much like Porsche's Mexico blue. It's just gorgeous. The engine in gold, the Rocket 88 with the 4-barrel carb. That big diameter steering wheel, almost 18 inches, because remember, power steering was not standard on a lot of these 50s cars. You know, they were arm twisters without it, so you needed that big diameter wheel. And more chrome on the dash, almost as much as there is on the outside of this. I think that's a great buy for $46,000.
The other chrome work is amazing, and like you say, trying to find that, replicate that, would be a very costly process. $46,000 for that 1958 Dynamic 88 Custom. Custom just because it's been made to look like a Super 88. All right, here's a 1955 Chevy Nomad Custom.
First one we've seen this week, the Nomad, was a Chevrolet Motorama Dream car displayed at the Waldorf Astoria in 1953, based on the Corvette. Everybody loved the two-door hardtop body style, and so they replicated it on the full-size Chevrolet for 1955, continued through to 1957, and then the Nomad name would survive on the top-of-the-line four-door station wagon into the early 1960s. But this was the first one.
It looks very stock on the outside, but it's been upgraded under hood with a 350 cubic inch V8, which most people don't mind, especially if it started life as an inline six. A lot to like with this one. This one's showing a bit more age in the paint, a few blemishes here and there, but still presents really well. I'd say a really nice driver.
So like the show car, this has the tusks on the trunk, as they all did from 55 to 57. And a nice resto mod, very restored looking on the outside and nicely modified under the hood.
Well, it's also got a modified suspension. It's been lowered 2 inches, got a Ride-Tech Street Grip suspension, so not just under the hood like Tyler said, but on the suspension as well.
Now check out how the speedometer shape is replicated on the right side of the passenger compartment where it says Bel Air. That's the radio speaker behind there and the clock.
And it helped when they were selling the car in right-hand drive countries. It was easy to replicate the steering wheel on the other side. $68,000. All right, cool piece of work coming up right now. A 1932 Ford Highboy is a custom topless roadster. But what's important about this is the provenance. The former owner of this car, this was built for Vic Edelbrock.
Vic Edelbrock Jr. was a great friend, and of course the company that bears his and his dad's name made all that wonderful speed equipment, now part of Holley. And Roy Brizio is the other famous name associated with this car because he did the build on this beautiful 32. They call it a Highboy because the body sits on the frame. It's not been dropped or channeled over the frame. And this was one of Vic's favorites. It was purchased from Vic Edelbrock's estate a year ago and is now offered here for sale. Two great names in the provenance, Vic Edelbrock Jr. and Roy Brizio.
And let's take a look underneath of this thing with the chassis cam. Just incredible. So that Edelbrock Crate V8, 507 horsepower. But you can see a modern transmission there, 4L60E 4-speed automatic, and that's a repainted rear end. Oh yeah, we're already at 6 figures, holy smokes, but also the coilover suspension. Big money here.
Yeah, we're at $102,000, $105,000. Right now, this is the #1 sale of the day.
No fiberglass replica body here. This is all steel construction and done to the highest possible standard of when this car was built. This is an absolute blue chip collectible, and it would certainly be the centerpiece of any collection.
All steel, Mike, except for the hood. They hand-made it out of aluminum to have this very distinctive shape with the louvers. So an incredible amount of work here.
And the number keeps going.
Now 60, now 160,000, 150, 160. You gotta be 5, sir. What are we gonna do? Now, thanks for your help. 155 and a half.
I am not the least bit surprised that 2 or more bidders came here specifically for this car.
$150,000 for that 1932 Ford Highboy, formerly owned by Vic Edelbrock. Provenance, the name, the quality, it all made big money here in Barrett-Jackson. Coming up, about a 1969 Dodge Super Bee, a 383 cubic inch V8 under the hood. We'll see it very soon. Welcome back to the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds here in Columbus for the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in the Midwest. You see the prices of the 3 cars that just sold, like that 1932 Ford Highboy that's now the #1 sale at $150,000. But that Corvette sold for $71,000. You want to break into the top 10 of our Friday coverage? That's going to take at least $70,000 right now. Up in the block, we got a 1970 Bronco Custom.
Yeah, this one very stock appearing, but very wildly done, especially under hood where that 305 powered by Ford engine, 306 V8 engine, has Holley Sniper electronic fuel injection. Now, all of these were born with carburetors, and a carburetor does a very good job of mixing fuel and air, but when you tune it to the ambient temperature and humidity of the moment you're working on it. And at other temperatures and other climates, doesn't work quite so well. The great thing about these electronic fuel injection units, which all modern cars have now, is that they adapt to temperature, to humidity, to load. They're more efficient with the gas, and they're much more efficient with emissions. So, although it's not stock, I heartily endorse this kind of upgrade.
The throttle body fuel injection is easily adaptable for the carburetors as well versus doing something crazy with a fuel rail and individual injecters. There's a lot of nice stuff on this one. The air conditioning added as well. I like the steel wheels that are oversized. They look stock, but obviously several inches bigger to fit the all-terrains. And then this one has had cut rear quarters. They would have been sort of flat on the back to not fit oversized tires, but it's pretty seamless. It looks like it was done from the factory because they made it match the front fenders. And of course the classic sort of heritage-looking colors. So a lot to like with this one.
Well, that is now $75,000 easily into our top 10. Congratulations to the folks who were able to buy that. And we're going to check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm out here in the pre-staging lanes. This is where bidders and consigners can come check out these cars one final time, look at the engines, hear how they start up as they make their way to the block. And we've got a variety. Roadhouse Riviera right up there, but this is what I'm looking at. 1968 California Special. Now, I love these because they have the sequential taillights, the duckbill spoiler, and come along on the side here. We've got the functional side intakes as well. These are so sweet, and they also have their own graphics with that red stripe going all the way across, easy to identify. They have California Special called out on the back rear fenders as well. Now, this power, the power that this one has is a 289 V8 automatic transmission, and it's finished in a very famous color, maybe the most famous color, Wimbledon white. Rick?
I'm a huge fan of the GTCS, April. Love that car, love that color. Look forward to seeing it up on the block in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've got a 1957 Chevy Nomad, a custom wagon.
Yeah, third year for the two-door hardtop body style. Flip forward front seat to get into the back seat. One cool little thing about the 1957 that's hiding in plain sight, and it's right here. Not the headlight, but the grille that's above the headlight below the chrome trim. That is also the intake for fresh air to the heating and ventilation system in this car, so you can get air from way in front of anything that would leak oil in the engine bay. Just kind of hides in plain sight there.
This one massively upgraded and customized, hence the nearly $100,000 price. The bullets have been deleted in the front, a piece of chrome here, and kind of flushed into the hood. LS engine, lowered suspension, amazingly custom interior, and are we going to get it? It's knocking on the door of $100,000.
Well, they thought they had it sold at $89,000. The last second, somebody else jumped in, bumped it up to $90,000, and that is the price that it sells for here at Barrett-Jackson on day 2. Another solid entry into our top 10. In fact, that is now the number 3 sale of the day on day 2. 1963 Corvette Custom Convertible up on the block.
First year for the C2 or Stingray Corvette with those faux grills on the hood, a one-year-only styling feature. First year for the split bumper on the Stingray and the flip-up hood from the front. This one wears the cast aluminum valve covers that the upgraded V8 would have had, but there's been a lot of customizing done here as well.
Yes, it appears the correct 327 cubic inch V8, but it has been upgraded. Looks like a modern fuel system and ignition, and you can see the side pipe exhaust on this one dramatically larger from the factory and not protected by any grills. So you really want to be careful when you're stepping out of this one after a long drive, because that would cook you.
Those knockoffs on the wheels are not functional. The wheels are held on by the regular 5 bolts. And although it says fuel injection on the fender, that is, I think that it was a carburetor under hood, was it not?
It looked like it had the throttle body fuel injection, like it was upgraded.
Okay, yep. All triple black, hooker header mufflers, not legal in some states. And beginning in 1963, one thing the Corvette lacked was an opening trunk. And for several decades, you would have to load your luggage in behind the seats because no trunk lane.
Now, if this were a 63 split window, we would probably be seeing something like double the price, the iconic C2 here. But this one, yeah, the rare first-year Corvette with that 1-year-only hood. Some nice upgrades, even though it has the correct engine. So I could see this going higher. I currently see it in the deal territory right now.
All drum brakes on these through 1964. Discs on all 4 wheels would come along for 1965. So a lot of these modifications on this could be easily undone if you wanted to return this right back to stock.
$63,000. It just matches the year for that 1963 Corvette Custom with that 327 cubic inch small block V8 underneath the hood. All right, rolled up behind it, something kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks like a Plymouth Roadrunner Superbird, but what it is a Roadrunner recreation of the Superbird from 1970.
Well, it takes a lot of work to do that. You've got to find a set of Dodge Coronet front fenders. You've got to find the metal nose. These were not fiberglass, they were metal with the flip-up headlamps and the air extractors for the front wheel wells, and then, of course, the big wing. Larry Webster joins us on the block.
Hey, tell us about that rear wing. Why is it so tall?
Well, for aerodynamics, you wanted it to get clean air well up above the roof. Now, it was said that the height of the rear wing was determined to be clear enough for the trunk to open. It turns out that's just a happy coincidence. Aerodynamics dictated its height, but the real secret of the Superbird were these end plates. Don't they look just like airplane rudders? That's what they were. They gave these cars great stability.
And they were reinforced all the way to the frame on the real Superbirds, so beefy that you could actually sit on top. So when I had a real Superbird years ago, I could climb up there and sit up top like a bench, and you've seen photos of 3 women sitting across the real Superbirds. Of course, these were homologation specials to race in NASCAR. Richard Petty did very well with these, dominated in his season, and they had to sell so many to the public, and they weren't good sellers at the time, but now they're sort of icons.
At our local dealership, one sat for 6 months in the showroom in Connecticut because did you really want to drive that on the street?
Well, there were even stories of dealers that were taking them apart, taking those parts off.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of a fan of like recreations because you get to experience the thing for a lot less money. And these are worth a lot more as original cars, right? Similar to that Corvette.
And of course, they become worth a lot more after I sell them. That seems to be the theme. Yes, $200,000 car if it were real.
Well, yeah, I buy high, sell low.
Well, low to the tune of $52,000. That gentleman is thrilled that he gets to come away with that for that 1970 Superbird recreation built off of a Roadrunner. All right, moving back into the Corvette world, we're going back to 1956 with another custom convertible.
Wow, this is a beauty. It is wearing a paint job that no Corvette ever left the factory in St. Louis with. Note how the styling kind of resembles the Mercedes 300 SL, but not really. Now, under the hood is where a lot of these changes have been made. This was a ZZ4-based engine. Started out as a 350. A stroker crank makes it a 383. Dual carbs, MSD ignition, and a lot more.
Yeah, this is like the of the kind of late 50s Corvettes. This is my favorite nose. Really clean, has the kind of a shark tooth grill, and I like this paint job a lot. I think it really adds to the look of the car.
Well, it looks like we've got a couple of phone bidders involved in this. You see those folks on the right-hand side, Barrett-Jackson employees? They have phone bidders on the other side. You can make an arrangement in advance to do that if you want to have something where you have a little bit more control and they're bidding on your behalf.
and they have battled it out to over $100,000. You can see the build is well over 6 figures the cost to make this thing, so it definitely makes sense. Boyd Coddington wheels. When I first came to Barrett-Jackson at 16 years old in 2004, I met Boyd Coddington at the height of his fame, sort of with his TV show and all that stuff. So it's cool to see those wheels, but a lot of quality with this one.
I mean, it looks like a really well done build. I mean, high quality. They spent a lot of money on it, so I'm not surprised this thing's getting this high.
Okay, you're in at 125.
Well, the committed bidders keep driving this thing up. You saw that phone bidder. You see she's talking to the auctioneer saying, move it up another 5, another 3. Now we've just jumped another 3, another 2. And the phone bidder comes back and bids again.
137. Yeah. We're at 140. You're 145. You're at 145. 147 is big. 150. Gotta hurry. 150,000. Yes.
At $150,000. Tied right now as the top sale of the day. And that is where the hammer comes down. $150,000 for that 1956 Corvette Custom with that 383 cubic inch V8 engine under the hood, all kinds of performance upgrades.
Here are some of the cars we're most looking forward to on Super Saturday. In 1969, the Boss 429 was a specially built Mustang that you couldn't order. You had to know somebody. My buddy Kenny Roskin waited 9 months to get his, and it looked just like this. I mean just like this, because this is an under 5,000 mile Survivor that is 99% original. All right, the wheels and tires aren't original, but here are the originals, and they come with the car. April, can you top this?
Not bad, Mike, but check this out. 2021 Mercedes AMG GT Black Series. Now, these were impossible to get new, but we have one here. It has the most powerful AMG V8 ever. 4-liter twin-turbo, 720 horsepower, and a beautiful exclusive body kit to look just like the IMSA race car. And it's pretty rare, only 1,700 built and just around 400 here in the U.S. Rick, what do you have?
That's a great car, April, but this car, this tells a wonderful story. Yes, it's a 2021 Ford GT. That's special enough by itself. But this one is a 66 Heritage Edition. But this doesn't represent the Le Mans victory that happened in '66. This is all about the victory at the Daytona 24 Hours by Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby, because that's what really got the Ford GT40 established back then and made this car possible. Tyler, top that.
Thanks, Rick. I definitely have the fastest car of the bunch here with a 2015 Porsche 918 Spyder. 2.2 seconds 0 to 60 thanks to all-wheel drive, electric motors, and this V8 engine in the back right here. It's exhaust right by your head. Just incredible. And over $100,000 in options on this thing, including the paint and the acid green accents. Big things are coming up here in Columbus.
What a great day to be at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds here in Columbus, Ohio for the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in the heartland of America. Our first time visiting the Midwest, and boy, it's been a lot of fun so far. Had our first day yesterday, a lot of fun stuff crossing the block, kind of an entry-level day. And of course, today the prices have been jumping up. Definitely in the solid 6-figure range. We have 3 of those crossing the block. And right now, in a 1960 Corvette convertible.
Third year for this sub-body style of the C1 Corvette. Third year for quad headlights. Some of the gingerbread gone by then includes the washboard hood, which was 1958 only. 1 year later, these chrome bezels would end up body color as Bill Mitchell's influence was being felt in Chevrolet styling. 283 cubic inch V8, 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual transmission, and Roman red.
Earlier, that custom 56 rocked the block, tied for the top sale of the day. Now we're going to see what a faithful restoration will do. Barrett-Jackson sort of established that custom's done really well, can completely smash perfectly restored cars. I imagine that'll be the case here, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, this generation of Corvette still has a solid rear axle. They're really mechanically fairly simple cars with quite a beautiful fiberglass body.
Now, the tachometer is right below the speedometer, just above the steering wheel. Early versions of the Corvette had not only an odometer, but an engine hour meter also, similar to aircraft engines, for time between rebuilds. That was gone by the time this one was built for 1960. That instrument binnacle, including the speedometer and the smaller gauges, replicated what was on the full-size Chevrolets for 59 and 60 as well.
You see the gentleman up in the skybox, a bidding assistant, his job. Look at that. So he was talking to the guy who was the potential bidder on the phone. The guy's got the phone, hands it over to the bidder assistant, who then talks to the potential bidder.
That's Patrick. He loves it up in the skybox. He's got the whistle. He's got the towel to keep the auctioneer's attention. And he's what, 200 feet? There he goes. Well, they're still 200 feet away from the auction block, so they don't have radios to the block, so he's got to work to get the auctioneer, Shane Ratliff's, attention.
I don't know who's on the other end of that phone, whether that's the bidder or just the emotional support, but Patrick was definitely involved in swinging that deal
Convincing
along.
the wife, maybe?
Well, yeah, was he asking permission or forgiveness?
Either way, they finally pulled it off. He's still talking on the phone, by the way. $75,000. That was great, handing the phone over to the bidding assistant. Here, I don't have anything to do with it. Talk to him. 1959 Dodge Super Bee. This is the one we previewed just a little while ago. The great thing about this, matching numbers 383.
Well, 1968, Plymouth launched the Roadrunner. Dodge dealers clamored for something like it. This was the result. No cartoons, just the Super Bee. The Ram Charger decal there on the air intake is a nod to the former Dodge factory drag racing team, trying to give this as much performance credit as possible.
Now you can kind of see just from the engine bay, this was kind of a stripper version of the car, right, to make it a lot bit cheaper, just like the Roadrunner.
I like how they resisted to repaint it in one of the high-impact colors, go with a more unusual choice. And I think it works, this sort of buttercream color. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, the number on this color is Y3, and it's officially called cream.
And vinyl bench seat interior, crank windows, of course. This one with a floor shifter because it is a 4-speed car. 383 V8 was the base V8 for the Super Bee and the Roadrunner. 4-speed manual, and you saw that N96 Ram Charger fresh air intake setup. Also pretty rare option.
And it has one of the all-time best, I think, kind of badge icons. The Super Bee logo is super cool.
Well, the reason for this faithful restoration is the faithful powertrain, so it's numbers matching on this one, so it would make sense to take this thing and bring it back as it left the factory to Concours level, rather than doing Plum Crazy or Hemi Orange or something like that, and go pick up awards at car shows.
The only knock on these B bodies, you see how wide this car was. It was a little bigger than the Chevelle or the Ford Torino. Was almost the size of a full-size car.
Well, this one just sold for $64,000 with that very original drivetrain underneath the hood. Plenty of Corvettes crossing the block today, a lot of them customs, and this is another one, a 1957.
1957 would have been the first year to offer fuel injection in the Corvette. This one doesn't have that badge on the fender, so I don't imagine it is equipped with it. Pop the hood up. No, 350 cubic inch V8, which was not available. At least that's what the air cleaner says on this one. Upgraded brakes. You can see the Wilwood brake master cylinder there, but otherwise it looks pretty stock.
That air cleaner decal is a whole lot newer than this car is, but that's okay. Done a little bit of freelancing. The wheels are stock. They were body color, and most Corvettes did get these full wheel covers with the imitation knockoffs. Underneath that cover are 5 regular lug nuts. Wide white walls were an option, as were the contrasting coves. Through 1961, you could get your Corvette in a two-tone if you so chose.
And of course, this car, by 57, it was already benefiting from Duntov, correct? Where he was trying to make it into a real driver's car, not the kind of boulevard cruiser that it was in 53.
Noted racer John Fitch took the Corvette team to Le Mans in cars much like this for the first time.
So this is an interesting build because while they're calling it a custom, it's really not over the top, right? Slightly upgraded in the engine compartment. I like the fact that they've upgraded the brakes, but for the most part, they've left it fairly stock all the way around.
A lot of times, and when you see the multiple six-figure builds, they'll ditch the factory Corvette chassis, take the fiberglass body, put it on a Monster Roser shop or something crazy, LS engine. But this one, yeah, pretty subdued.
Well, it just sold for $75,000 here at Barrett-Jackson in Columbus for that 1957 Corvette Custom, 327 cubic inches underneath the hood. Cars are still lining up outside because we got hours to go of our coverage of day 2 of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the inaugural auction here in Columbus, Ohio. I'll tell you, everybody's having fun here at Barrett-Jackson in Columbus, Ohio. Plenty of food, plenty of great people, everybody enjoying all the cars they're getting a chance to see across the block at the world's greatest collector car auction. Now, moments ago, a 1957 Chevy Nomad crossed the block. This one's a custom. It's got a Corvette 350 cubic inch engine under the hood, a 6-speed manual transmission. It sold for $98,000. That is now the number 4 sale of the day here on day 2 in Columbus. Right now, we got a 1968 Chevelle SS 396 up on the block.
Well, a lot of work has been done to this one to replicate its just rolled off the assembly line appearance, including the 396 big block V8 with all of its original smog equipment intact. Usually that's the first thing you throw away on one of these.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'm kind of thinking vinyl roofs are coming back. After not seeing them forever, when I see them, I'm kind of like, yeah, you know, that's really pretty correct.
Wait a minute, you mean coming back as in popularity or coming back as in factories building them again?
I think people are appreciating the vinyl roof again.
I don't know about that. $75,000, that's the price for that Chevelle SS 396. All right, as it drives away, we are going to head over to the Meguiar staging lanes and check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm standing next to one of my favorites, 1958 Corvette. Now, this is the first body style, the C1. We've been seeing a lot of them, and there's a lot of year-to-year differences between them. Now, in 58, they had the most jewelry, the most design on them. The quad headlights, you got on tops of these fenders, these stainless steel strips, sort of that washboard louvered type hood, and of course the coves, the two-tone coves on the side. This one's signet red with white. This red almost has a pink type of hue to it. It's just a beautiful color. Inside looks to be pretty much original. Here's the thing, it's kind of tiny, kind of a tight squeeze in there. I don't know if guys back in the day were smaller, but it's kind of tricky to get your body in there, but it looks gorgeous. And of course, only in 58 did they have these suspender stripes going all the way down the back and the exhaust exits out the bumper. It's just so neat to see each year what they do differently with these bodies. Rick?
Yeah, that was the glory days. Had to change from year to year so that the people in the next year would go, hey, I want the new one. Up on the block now, a 1965 Sunbeam Tiger Mark I Roadster. This is the one that April and Larry were talking about just a little while ago.
Yeah, this one in triple black. And again, this was a more usable car than a Cobra for several reasons. It had a folding top. It had roll-up windows. It had a steel, not aluminum body. We noted this one's had a Howe aluminum radiator added, a very good upgrade because it needed it. And how about that alignment, Larry?
Yeah, it's got a lot of front camber, and this is a Mark I car, which you can tell because the bottom edge of the doors has that kind of a nice radius to it. The later one's got a sharper one, and this car's been came with a 260 cubic inch, but it's an upgrade to a 289, which a lot of them were. But you know, looking at it right now, this is a fantastic buy.
Wow, $40,000 for that 1965 Sunbeam Tiger, that great 289 cubic inch engine underneath the hood. All right, rolling up behind it, this is a car that April Rose was talking about a little while ago, and frankly, it's one of my favorites as well, a 1968 Mustang California Special.
Well, here's how this came to be. Carroll Shelby was building special Mustangs, but he wasn't making any money. So he appealed to Ford and said, hey, what can we do? And Ford said, how about if you take some of the styling pieces from your Shelby Mustangs and let's add them on to a regular Mustang notchback. We'll give it a name. Let's call it, say, the California Special. And by selling spoilers and scoops and taillights, you can make some money.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing because it's really such an appearance package, and it's all in the rear bumper area. And that's all it took.
Those cooler taillights, they definitely work on this thing, along with the stripes and the little side scoop. But yeah, $289 under hood. Looks like upgraded air conditioning on this one as well. So one thing to make it more comfortable.
Well, you had your choice of engine options. That was the fun thing about this, right? So you got the fun look of it in terms of the Shelby package on the outside. But then you could pick whatever engine. Now, yeah, this just has the C code, the simple 289, but you could work your way up to the 4-barrel 289. You get the 302. So you could have some performance in this if you wanted.
Plus, in the late 60s, right, California was the place to be. That's when the surf culture was getting rolling. That's when everything was happening. So having a little bit of that California shine was not a bad thing.
I don't recall if these cars got from the factory those rectangular Lucas fog lamps in the grille and the Mustang Corral removed as the Shelby cars did, but if not, it's a nice upgrade.
They only made about 4,000 of these. And once again, I just love the tail in the back, the scoop on the side. It just takes a notch back and gives it a much spicier look.
Of course, the most famous Shelby notchback, you know, there was what, Little Red and the Green Hornet that Greg Jackson collected both of those. This, I see you looking over this California Special, Craig, and it kind of reminds me of Little Red and the Green Hornet.
Little Red was the prototype. That's what this car was copied after.
And of course, that car's in your collection still?
Yes. And that's why it looks so much like a Shelby, because it is a Shelby copy.
Wonderful. Cool car.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Thanks a lot, Craig. They'll sign the paperwork, and they get themselves a great GTCS. Now, coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to sell a car for a great cause, a 2022 Ford Bronco Custom SUV. It's a real truck, Joe Burrow build, and all of the money is going to go to the Joe Burrow Foundation. We'll tell you more about that in a moment. Wow, practically a packed house here at the Ohio Expo Center and State Fairgrounds. If you ever wondered if there were enough car people to support a Barrett-Jackson auction here in Columbus, well, you have your answer right there. Looked like this yesterday, and boy, the place is full of fans ready to bid for some great cars, like this 1964 Corvette, matching numbers, 327 cubic inch engine under the hood.
That was a one-family-owned car, Rick, with under 40,000 actual miles. Great history there.
I'm really shocked that didn't go for more because, frankly, that was a wonderful car. Loved the color, loved everything about it. And like you said, just one family's been owning that since new. You see the last three cars that are sold and crossed the block. Up there right now, about a 1969 Chevy El Camino SS.
That's Dave Jackson polishing it on it with that cloth. He has brought cars to Barrett-Jackson for as long as I've been doing this, which is 20 plus years. And they're always done to a very high standard, like this 396 powered El Camino.
Yeah, I mean, what do we see here? A vinyl roof, huh? Kind of interesting. But this was such an interesting era. I mean, the kind of car-based pickup trucks lasted for at least 2 decades. Came and went just as quickly.
This is a factory color. It's a Monaco orange. Note that the hoses all bear the correct GM numbers as built. The hose clamps are the correct single-use clamps that were used on the assembly line. You don't want to try to reuse these. You can't. All the right stickers on the air conditioning, everything. This is, wow, is this done to a high standard?
To your point, Mike, let's see if it looks to a high standard underneath with the chassis cam. That 396 cubic inch V8 is gorgeous, yep, and it looks like an aftermarket exhaust there. The headers certainly don't look stock the way going back, but the matte black floors look flawless. Same with the rear end. Looks like a fresh fuel tank as well, so flawless underneath.
Yeah, those are hooker headers, a very popular day 2 add-on or option for these. Boy, this is a sharp piece. And Dave does it right. He restores Camaros and Firebirds and Chevelles, and this is a subset of the Chevelle, and he does it really, really well.
And of course, this kind of body style lasted on in Australia, right? They call them Utes.
Yeah, that's where the whole coupe utility or ute thing began, was in Australia. It came to the U.S. in 1957 with the Ford Ranchero and went on from there. Even Dodge had a little compact ute called the Rampage, Plymouth the Scamp, and even now Hyundai has one with the Santa Cruz.
Larry, if you stick around, you're going to have to get El Camino, because all of us have El Caminos. I have an 87, and Mike has a very early one. Rick's yours is an
81.
81. So
I'm surprised because I don't fit in them that well, and you're taller than me.
I can fit in anything. I make it work.
I just sold my 86. I have a 60, and boy, that's a keeper.
Tell you what, I have an 81. I drive it all the time. It's my Home Depot car. I drive it wherever I need to go. So according to the consignor on this one, it's got a 468 cubic inch engine in it, replacing that original 396. $59,000 for that El Camino SS with all that original documentation that goes along with it. 1968 Camaro RS SS rolling up on the block.
So RS stands for Rally Sport, and the primary part of the Rally Sport appearance package are the hideaway headlights. SS is Super Sport, which is chassis and suspension and engine, and when you combine them, Super Sport trumps Rally Sport, so you get the SS badging like this one wears.
Yeah, this one with the 396 engine, this was a little bit controversial inside of GM, if I remember. Like, they didn't want such a big engine in the small body Corvette, or sorry, Camaro.
396 was the biggest you could get before they started backdooring them in with Yanko or Copo. And yeah, 4-speed manual transmission on this one. A faithful restoration other than the paint, which has a lot more metallic and bright work to it. But otherwise, everything looks correct on this thing.
I remember Rally Green in 1969. I don't recall it as a 68 color, but Dave would know. You got the ice cube trays on the hood, the D80 spoiler package, Rally wheels.
I don't think they rolled out of the factory with a paint job this good.
Not even close. Another Dave Jackson car. Auxiliary gauges, center console, floor-mounted shifter, and the taillight panel. If you had an SS and you got the big black engine, the taillight panel was flat black, just as we see it here.
Do you guys think a color like that helps it since it's so uncommon?
I think so.
And look how skinny those tires are. Like, nobody kept those skinny tires on for long, did they?
No, but that's what was stock back in the day. All Camaros got 14-inch wheels with 70 series tires, unless you got a Z28. That was the only Camaro that got 15 inches. Nice result, very nice.
Well, it just sold for $84,000, and that is now the number 10 sale of the day. You want to break into our top 10, going to take at least $84,000. Now it's time to sell a car for a great cause.
We have a spectacular 22 Bronco. This comes from our friends at Real Truck. They work together with the Burrows. So Robin Burrow is going to... Who's going to speak on this? I want to talk about the foundation, but then we'll tell you more about the truck. But this is something very special for Ohio, the foundation, and us being our first auction here. Jimmy, you want to speak? I guess yes. The sheet got changed a little. She'll let you speak.
Yes, this is Joe's.
Oh, wait, I didn't turn it on yet. Sorry.
All right, Joe's mom, Robin, and I'm Jimmy Burrell, and this is Amy Floyd, our executive director of the foundation. Thank you, Barrett Jackson. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Barrett Jackson. Thank you, Real Truck, for giving us this opportunity. It's for a great cause. When Joe won the Heisman Trophy, when he won the national championship, and when he got drafted #1 by the Bengals, Houday for everybody in here.
There we go.
And if you're an LSU Tiger fan, go Tigers. So Joe wanted to give back to the state of Ohio, the state of Louisiana, so we started the Joe Burrow Foundation. Our our mission statement is to provide resources and support in terms of bridging the gap in mental health, providing access to mental health, and bridging the gap for food insecurity, And so Joe is very passionate about the foundation and about what we're trying to do. So this is a great cause. We appreciate having the opportunity to raise this money for the Joe Burrow Foundation.
I know we have a video about it. Let's cue the video, then we'll get to describing the truck.
Real Truck, in collaboration with NFL icon and Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, presents this legendary 2022 Ford Bronco build. This Bronco has been upgraded with a Superlift 3.5-inch suspension, Havoc off-road roof rack, steel bendered bumpers, recovery winch, Lasso off-road lights, and more. 100% of the hammer price benefits the Joe Burrow Foundation.
Thanks to Real Truck for building this awesome Bronco for us to auction off for some great causes.
There you go. You want to say a little bit more about the truck?
Well, this is an awesome truck. In the back, Joe's kind of known for a famous cigar that he smoked after the national championship, and there's a humidor that's in the back, into the back of this truck. So there are some Joe Burrow characteristics with the truck, and this has been an awesome opportunity for us, and thank you for being a part of it and allowing us to be a part of it.
All right, Joseph, let's raise some money.
Twin turbo, 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, 10-speed automatic. And let's see how quickly the bidding goes skyward here. All for charity.
I found that cigar humidor there in the back, along with the sort of a faux wood treatment in the rear. Nice lift on this one. I think a great choice in wheels as well, with all-terrain tires. Factory 2.7 EcoBoost under hood, which has plenty of power from the factory to handle as far as mods in a lift like this. The custom bumper with the winch. There's a lot of expensive accessories, nice accessories on this one to kind of give it the Bronco Raptor look.
And of course, Joe Burrow, plenty of connections to Ohio. Not only the fact that he's with the Cincinnati Bengals, but also the fact that he played 3 years of football at Ohio State. Closed in on 100,000.
We have 2 tickets to a Bengal game. And we invite you to be Rob and our guests at a Saturday walkthrough before one of the games. And then we have a pretty nice tailgate, and you'll be our guests at the tailgate too on a Sunday morning. So, and a signed jersey. We're going to throw that in. So there's a little more incentive, plus it's an awesome truck, and it's an awesome cause for the Joe Burrow Foundation. It can go to a lot of good in Ohio and or Louisiana, or both. We have a board of directors in both, so we do a lot of good things, and Joe's a big part of it. He loves Ohio, he loves Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and let's go.
100! Of course, the Joe Burrow Foundation, which was launched back in 2022, its mission is to address food insecurity and to provide critical mental health resources for young people.
Beautiful custom interior on this one, and there is his autograph on the dashboard. You saw in the film there him doing it live, and it is there. So if you're a fan, this is the truck to buy and to support an incredible cause.
And remember, you write the check directly to the charity. Every penny goes to the charity. Barrett-Jackson doesn't take any money out, and all $90,000 is going to help the Joe Burrow Foundation. All thanks to this 2022 Ford Bronco custom build. Another great charity moment here at Barrett-Jackson. We've seen so many over the years. We're going to take a break. We'll come right back. What a great day at the Ohio Expo Center, State Fairgrounds. Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction, having a fun 3-day event here. And you see where people come in the door. Look at somebody who looks like they bought some automobilia a little bit earlier. They're going to carry it out. It's a great way to enjoy Barrett-Jackson and decorate their garage at the same time. Put a tiger in your tank. 1970 Chevelle Custom Coupe up on the block.
Boy, nicely done with a Corvette Grand Sport LT4 motor. and transmission under hood. I love that the stripes give way to flames up the hood. They've replicated that on the sides. A lot of thought went into this one, Larry.
Yeah, they sure did, and I think the mechanical upgrades are kind of well done as well. The kind of stuff that these cars start to feel a little bit old. This car has all the modern components, so I bet it's quite a hoot to drive.
It's been featured in several magazines, won a bunch of awards, has a full-length console, bucket seats not just in the front, but in the back as well.
Yeah, not just bucket seats in the back, but I mean custom buckets. The way that they've been designed and put in there, it's a great look on the inside with the interior, the two-tone interior. So those are the front seats, and then in the back, check out those custom. Yeah, those are really nice.
Yeah, they didn't overdo it with the flames. They just added enough to give you a pretty good, visual idea of a hot rod, but not overdone.
Beautiful orange metal flake stripes and flames. And when you get up close, you'll see there's just a little bit of a purple edge stripe to them. Haha, very cool.
Additional interior highlights include the German square weave charcoal wool carpeting, custom dashboard, A9 gauges, fully finished custom truck. The Chevelle has been featured in the Chevy Rumble Magazine Departure.
It's got that Corvette engine underneath the hood, that LT4 from a Grand Sport, the toy shop overdrive transmission. The result is really a pro touring car with a four-wheel disc brakes as well.
When you come up on this from behind, though, it looks completely stock. Pretty cool.
Well, just sold for $90,000, solidly in our top 10 of the day. A little while ago, April was previewing this 1958 Corvette that was formerly owned by George Strait.
Pretty cool piece. First year for the quad headlights, and a couple of single-year styling touches are present here. These cars were over-styled. For example, the washboard hood, these fake louvers across the hood, because you can't cut louvers into fiberglass, okay? They call it the washboard. They were gone after 58, along with the tusks on the trunk. Just a little bit over-styled, I would say.
Yeah, totally. But the period paint hue is so perfect. That sort of coral, whatever you want to call it, that you only saw in the 50s.
Kind of a persimmon with a two-tone. Signet red is what Chevrolet called it, with the white coves. And, of course, documentation as to the prior ownership and some memorabilia is included.
And George Strait ownership, I don't know if that adds to the value, but he was one of the greatest selling country stars of all time.
Still is.
All my exes live in Texas.
Now note the speedometer here with the odometer, but note the tachometer. In the tachometer, there is a gauge that is an hour meter that measures the engine hours. Aircraft owners are familiar with this because TBO, time between overhaul, is based on hours, not miles.
Well, another one of George Strait's songs was Baby My Baby, and looking at this thing, I have a feeling he did exactly that because it looks well cared for, the 283 cubic inch engine, the paint looks right. What a fun car. And to your point, Larry, that we always wonder how much does celebrity provenance add to the car. But unless it's somebody weird, it doesn't hurt it at the very least. What a fun story to say, not only do I have a great Corvette, but it used to be owned by a great country singer.
Well, I had a friend, Briggs Cunningham II, who came to a Barrett-Jackson auction specifically to buy former Yankee manager Billy Martin's Mercedes SL. That was the only car there he was interested in because he was a big fan. So, yes, the celebrity connection helps. It rarely hurts, and it will help a lot if that celebrity has a connection to car collecting, and racing.
$70,000 for George Strait's formerly owned 1958 Corvette 283 with 230 horsepower. All right, as that red Corvette rolls away, we always talk about Guards red Porsches. Well, we've got plenty of great Porsches that are on site, and Tyler Hoover is truly in paradise.
I have found Porsche paradise right here. One consignor has brought in a bunch of amazing Porsches, and custom is the word, crazy custom. The only one with the stock wing is this one right here, the 930 Turbo with its whale tail, but it is a slant nose conversion. When you go over here, custom is the word, starting with this 964 generation 911 Carrera, and as you can see, wing within a wing and a wide body. You go to the 996 generation, this one also an exaggerated huge wing, but this normally aspirated from the factory. They put a supercharger on this track car to make it go even faster. Next to it, an impact bumper 86 Carrera. Once again, wing within a wing. It would have had this from the factory, along with a lot of other stuff done to it. But next to it, the 993 generation, this is really cool. I have never seen sort of a whale tail with an intake on the side, sort of two snorkels, if you will, and it definitely works with the smoother body of this generation. But the craziest one of the custom bunch is right here. It started life as a 2011 911 Turbo S, but as you can see, it's been given the RSR treatment with this enormous wing on the back, upgraded engine, a wide body. It just looks absolutely insane. Take a look at this 2015 Porsche 918 Spyder, part of the hypercar holy trinity. Incredible performance with the V8 engine and the battery power helping the drivetrain. But even this one's a little bit custom. They had to make the wing bigger with the Weissach wing on the back. It looks absolutely fantastic. So if you can't find a race car that you like here in Porsche Paradise, you're just not trying hard enough.
And we're going to see the first Porsche out of that collection crossing the block very shortly. It's out there in the staging lanes right now, and we'll be here very soon.
All those Porsches are giving me an itchy finger with my bidders pass, that's for sure. And that Corvette, if you don't play all my exes live in Texas, the moment you drive off with that thing, then you're not doing it right.
Exactly, exactly. 1973 Challenger Custom up on the block.
Yeah, quite a bit of customizing here. This is a different year grill than this car. It's had a much more modern Hemi, a 5.7 liter Hemi, under the hood, which is not a shaker hood, although it has the look of same. All the handles and all the ornamentation have been shaved. It's got a CUDA tail light panel and 1970 CUDA tail lights. Bumpers done in body color. Sharp piece.
Yeah, these cars already had like the, what's they call it, the drag racer stance out of the factory with a taller, they kind of were slanted forward, which I thought always looked so cool.
I agree. The 68 to 70 Chargers get all the love, but I certainly love the looks of these, and especially for the price. You can get them for a fraction of that era, and having the upgraded Hemi will certainly make this thing perform a lot better than anything that was offered in 1973.
This is a great trick here. It has the look of the shaker hood, but that scoop in carbon fiber is bolted to the hood, not attached to the engine. But that's okay. 74 was the last year for this E-body. There was no performance version then. The customizer here has gone to great lengths to make this into a much better car than it was born.
Yeah, it took me a minute to figure out. I thought it was the lighting. It's actually a different color on the hood than it is on the side of the car, which it works pretty well.
Tone on tone, if you will. Very close to silver, not quite gray.
Nice $50,000. That's what it takes to buy that 1973 Dodge Challenger Custom. Well, just a little bit, we're going to see a 2025 Jeep Gladiator Custom, a Bandit edition, crossing the block. Now, this one has that 3.6 liter V6 engine, 8-speed automatic transmission, nice Dana 44. It'll be here before too long, so stick around. The thrill of victory, because you know it really is a competition out there. You bidding against somebody else and finally come away the winner. It's a great, great feeling. Up on the block right now, about a 2000 Dodge Viper RT10 Roadster.
This one's been given a Paxton Novi supercharger. I would think that the last thing a V10 powered Viper would ever need would be a blower.
Well, it's the maximum. Too much is just enough, right? I mean, that's what this thing is a perfect example of, for sure.
And no nannies to help you keep on the road either as far as traction control. Just your right foot. That's why so many of these were wrecked and rebuilt. But I don't believe this one is. The second generation Viper did get some refinements though. You actually got windows, which is nice, and the toupé's a little more refined. And the looks, I think, they really knocked it out of the park with the second generation.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8-liter engine. I mean, it just dominates everything about the driving experience in these cars. Looks like he's got a short shift kit too in there.
They also changed from the Series 1.5 to 2 on the center exit, the rear exhaust versus the side pipes, which I think works better. The side pipes exhaust, it was definitely a fun thing to pay homage to, you know, Carroll Shelby's Cobra, which he kind of helped with the development of this, but that's a lot more practical.
$55,000 for that 2000 Dodge Viper RT10. Not as brutal as that first generation, but still plenty of power and plenty of performance. A lot of performance in the Dodge world. How about let's get something from the blue oval world, a 2008 Shelby GT500 Super Snake.
Yeah, these things, even the stock GT500, were just burnout machines. Like, you could barely just touch the throttle and the rear wheels were smoking. I can't imagine what this thing's like.
500 horsepower from the factory for the stock GT500. The Super Snake treatment got a different polished supercharger, and I believe around a 200 horsepower boost, at least 150 if memory serves. This one only 2,800 miles on the odometer, so like new.
I think the build brief for this started with words like "too much is never enough," because here you go. The GT500 would have been plenty for just about anybody. 373 gear on this one. Borla catback exhaust. Panhard bar added to that rear suspension to try to keep those wheels on the ground. 20-inch Super Snake wheels. Wow.
And of course, this was the last Mustang with the solid rear axle, so it's actually really kind of well suited to drag racing and things like that, because it always keeps the tires square to the pavement as you're going down the track strip.
It's on the windshield. It's right there in the face, the horsepower. I see it. 750 horsepower, so a considerable boost. I knew it was up there, but I didn't know it was that high. Upgraded brakes as well. You can see the oversized wheels. And this is, as far as the price, quite a bit over even a low mileage GT500, but I still think this is in bargain territory because they didn't make too many of these.
So where do we think about the tone-on-tone, gloss black with flat black stripes? I don't know. I'd love to see this in, say, grabber blue.
Yeah, totally. It kind of depends on where you are in life. Like a lot of these high-performance models, you might want all the hardware, but do you want everybody to be looking at you all the time either? So I'm at a stage where I kind of like the subtlety of this treatment.
Yeah, I'm like with you, Larry. I like the ghost stripes. It kind of subtly says, hey, I got something cool, but you got to look at it twice to figure it out. Although that big hood on the front definitely tells you something's different about this.
Well, this car was
no hiding in this. No hiding at all.
This car was also marked the return of Shelby into Ford's kind of, I don't know what you call it. They were working together again.
Well, that will do it for our first 4 hours of coverage today in Columbus, but make sure you stick around this week. You know, the prices and the quality of vehicles are only going to shoot up from here. Hello and welcome to the world's greatest collector car auctions. It is the inaugural Barrett-Jackson Columbus auction. Boy, what a great week we've had already here in the Midwest. Up on the block just a moment ago, we saw a 2008 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake sell for $75,000. It almost equaled the 10 times horsepower. 750 horsepower coming out of that thing. Right now we got a 1968 Pontiac GTO.
So 68 was the first year for the Endura front bumper, Pontiac called it. Rubber covered, steel backed. They actually sent every dealer a baseball bat. A Hillrich and Bradsby Louisville Slugger with special embossing, and they wanted the salesman to take it and whack the front of these Endura noses just to prove to people that the paint wasn't going to crack, the bumper wasn't going to dent. You could, as a delete option, get a chrome bumper for these. Few people did, though.
I dare you to kick it now and see what happens. You might get in a bit of trouble. Now, this one very clean. You wouldn't want to do that because the paint is just so flawless on this one. The Foose wheels are a nice upgrade, chrome, right? But otherwise looking pretty stock on this one.
Yeah, Yeah, triple black, not a lot of options here. There is a center console and the dual gate shifter. You could move the shift lever to the right gate and shift the 3 gears yourself, or put it in the left gate and it would shift automatically. Today you would not advertise that as a his and hers shifter, but well, back then they did.
And it's a concept that was used a lot over the years after this, but at this point it was relatively unique. $47,000. That is the sales price for that 1988 Pontiac GTO, black on black. A little while ago, we previewed this 2025 Jeep Gladiator Custom Bandit Edition, and now it has arrived up on the auction block.
So Bandit Movie Cars in Florida builds these, and there's a lot of Burt Reynolds, Smokey and the Bandit type imagery here with the screaming chicken on the hood. The checkered flag design, a little engine turning in the lettering here, and the logo of Burt Reynolds and Hal Needham's Skoal Bandit NASCAR racing team, where Hall of Famer Harry Gant had a lot of success. That was their logo. So some Smokey and the Bandit, some Burt and Hal's racing, but a lot of fun in this Bandit Outlaw Edition Jeep.
Now, does it make any sense for the special edition Bandit package found starting in the 70s with the Trans Am to find its way on a modern Jeep Gladiator? No. Is it cool? Yes, and that's why they built it. They even simulated the shaker hood of the Trans Am here on top with the screaming chicken and all the gold pinstripes throughout. Interior-wise, also I upgraded with gold accents, but they didn't mess with the powertrain at all on this one, so no upgrades as far as performance. This is just all looks.
The custom pickup is out.
Yeah, but if you look at it and smile, and you think of Burt and Sally and Jerry Reed, I'll never forget when Hal Needham, he'd come to all the NASCAR races. He had a team, he loved it. Anytime he could get away from filming, he'd be at the track almost every weekend. And he would say, after we'd had a couple, you know, the critics don't like my movies, but my banker sure does. And people just flocked to them and just loved them. They were hugely successful.
Smokey the Bandit, second highest grossing film behind Star Wars in '77.
$70,000. I think that one sold over the internet. Someone decided they want that Bandit Edition Gladiator. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to learn more about all the cars that are crossing block. If you want to be an internet bidder, well, that's where you want to go to study up on what cars you want to bid on during the course of the weekend. By the way, you can still make arrangements to be an internet bidder tomorrow, or better yet, you can come out here to the fairgrounds and bid. You can sign up every single day if you want to bid on a car. All right, time for a Porsche. This is a 1973 911T, but this one's cool. It's a race car.
Well, this one has been raced at tracks like Roebling Road in Savannah, Georgia. It's been raced with SVRA and with HSR. And you note some of the tech stickers are still on it from some of that competition. No, you don't want to take this and revert it back to being a street car. It's way too far removed from that. Comfortable seating for two, say a driver and an instructor. Imagery here from some of the tracks that it's been to. Whale tail, rear spoiler, big, huge flares. Tyler, I'd say in fiberglass. Certainly a track day terror here.
Correct, yes, they deleted the impact bumpers of this era that could come out at around this time. Upgraded engine on this one, the 3-liter flat 6, and it's showing over 600 hours, they report. So this thing has had some track time. It's been used and enjoyed quite a bit, but still looks to be in pretty good shape.
SVRA, Sports Car Vintage Racing Association tech stickers. So it looked like Forge Line wheels. So ready to go back to the track. I hope it comes with a lot of race and maintenance records. That will certainly be of hope to the new owner, depending on where he chooses to track it.
Well, we have another one that just sold over the internet. That one went for $45,000 for that 1973 Porsche 911. It's a racer with all that track history. Out on the McGuire staging lanes, that's where April Rose is standing by.
That's right, it's raining a little bit. I'm trying to keep dry next to this spicy girl, the best car GM ever made, in my humble opinion. 1987 Buick Grand National the last year for the Grand National, and they're all black on black, kind of a sleeper type of look, very boxy 80s style. I love the look of it. This one's got that cutout for the sunroof in there. Inside, got the two-tone mouse fur, and she's actually got GNX style gauges, so there's a little bit of an upgrade on here. And I love the logos on the headrests. RJ, if you can get that, that's in the shape of the turbos, because she is quick. Come on all the way back here. Beautiful, elegant back end. It just screams 80s. Everything about this is 80s. Now, it's got that turbocharged, intercooled 3.8 V6 4-speed automatic. Rick, greatest car ever in the entire world, don't you think?
Wonder why you would possibly say that, April. Could it be there's something in your garage that looks a little like this? All right, up on the block right now, a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo Sport Convertible.
26,000 miles on this one with the Ferrari developed dual overhead cam V8, 450 horsepower, skyhook suspension. Knew this was 160 grand, and with less than 30,000 miles, just barely broken in.
Beautiful color on this one, this sort of maroon with the beige leather interior, two-tone with the maroon accents as well. And I love the Pininfarina styling on this one. So Italian design house, Ferrari drive engine, Maserati Trident in the grille. There's a lot to like. And if this were a Ferrari with all this pedigree, it'd be a six-figure car. But Maseratis, they've always been less. They'd appreciate quite a bit and a lot of bang for your buck.
The color is Bordeaux Pontevecchio metallic. Sharp.
Oh.
Yeah, to your point, Tyler, so much Ferrari tech underneath the hood, but it just doesn't carry the Ferrari name. Well, Maserati is still pretty special. I mean, you look at all the cars and special cars they built over the years. It's just, it doesn't have that Ferrari name.
Got it, $45,000.
Just sold for $45,000. To your point, Mike, that was a $160,000 car when it was new with less than 30,000 miles on it today. All right, away it goes to a brand new owner. And we're going to take a moment, pay some bills. We will be back here in Columbus for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction right after this. Welcome back to Columbus, the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Those are all the cars that are lined up. Some of them have already sold. Some of them will cross the block later today. And some of those we'll be seeing crossing the block tomorrow on our Super Saturday coverage. It's been a great week so far, and guess what? It's only going to get better. Right now, we got a 1955 Bel Air up on the block.
Very interesting combination here. This one looks completely stock, and under the hood is still its original 265 cubic inch V8 and automatic transmission. But underneath, big salt flat wheels, drum brakes, but tubular control arms, coilovers, upgraded suspension front and rear, very stock looking interior in this two-door Bel Air hardtop.
Very strange. I would expect at least front disc brakes when you do that level of suspension modification, but not here. Same with suspension. Doing that without doing an engine upgrade, this is definitely a one-of-one, at least for us in custom Bel Airs. But everything that's been done, it looks like it's been done well.
Oh, yeah. Now look below the tail light on both sides at that emblem. It's a combination of the Chevrolet bow tie and a big V underneath each tail light because... no, I'm sorry, we're talking, yeah, right below the taillight. Great. Chevrolet wanted everybody to know that you'd spent the money for their overhead valve V8.
Well, it just sold here for $42,000 plus that 10% buyer's premium. That gentleman will get signed the paperwork and take home the car. Oh, of course, it does have to write the check when it's all said and done. 1966 Chevelle Malibu Custom.
Well, the Malibu was the upgrade version, trim version of the Chevelle. This one does have Malibu trim on the rear quarters, regular Chevelle grille, but wow, what lies beneath that hood? A big block that's been treated to an Edelbrock aluminum manifold, big 4-barrel carburetor, some billet brackets there, and a whole bunch of upgrades.
And it's getting fed a lot of fresh air from this oversized fiberglass cowl induction hood. That looks great. It's also got a stance a little bit lower in the front than in the back, sort of a dragster setup. And a very unusual, like a school bus yellow almost kind of paint choice on this one. Upgraded digital gauges. What do you see, Mike?
Liar, liar, pants on fire. That little emblem denotes a small block V8, and this one has anything but. Of course, that big bulge in the hood can't hide what's underneath. Nobody's going to mistake this for a 283 or a 327 Chevelle. Nice build.
And in 1966, the taillights were still inset to where you couldn't see as far as from the outer corners when we were braking. So in 1967, they changed that to where it wrapped all the way around.
$45,000 for a great-looking Chevelle Malibu custom convertible with that big block engine hiding in plain sight. Not a bad deal. All right, a little while ago, April Rose was fawning all over a 1987 Buick Grand National. This one's a custom, though, and it's up on the block.
Well, in that era, most all of Detroit had given up on horsepower, and they were dealing, with emissions and trying to sell cars in volume. Only Buick stayed in the horsepower race, and they did it with turbocharged V6s and the like. The V6 Grand National, this regal body style, and the V6 engine found its way into the NASCAR Busch Series and to Indianapolis.
Yeah, this looks very different from my stock Grand National at home. You see the bigger turbo there that's wrapped in a blanket, same with the exhaust going out. And then you can see through the grille, looks like they moved the intercooler to get more fresh air here in the front, a much larger one. So these were really powerful from the factory. They're beating Porsches, Ferraris, and all that stuff. A big Buick, but this one, I imagine even crazier, probably 400 or 500 horsepower with the add-ons here, especially if they did the internals along with that turbo.
Probably the most capable U.S. performance car of the Radwood era would be the Regal Grand National and its subset like the GNX.
Correct. The GNX took it to the next level. ASC, American Sunroof Company, upped the performance with a different turbo themselves, nothing to this crazy level. But they also enhanced the suspension as well to help it hook up. I don't know if it's been done on this one. Well, it does look like it has a different rear end to it, at least a finned diff on that one, but not the upgraded as far as the extra bracing.
$40,000, that's the hammer price on a 1987 Buick Grand National. Yeah, it looks pretty stock from the outside, but a much bigger supercharger underneath the hood. We'll be right back. I tell you what, if you come to Barrett-Jackson and you can't find the kind of car that, really floats your boat, so to speak, you're just not looking hard enough. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you want old school hot rods, that pace car, that Pontiac right next to it, or, speaking of boats, how about a 2024 Jet Car custom boat? Now, once again, this looks like it's a Lamborghini, but it is actually a boat.
This is incredible and hilarious. So it is not a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. This is a fiberglass body, and you can see the hull starting with the the lower air splitter becoming a normal boat-shaped hull here because it is a jet boat underneath. It has a Yamaha jet propulsion, and when you go to the back, you can see that single jet shooting out the back to get this thing down the water. I imagine it probably goes pretty fast on water. As fast as Lamborghini on land? No, but it is incredible.
Well, all of the dealers with bidder licenses just came up to the block and are looking at this and laughing their heads off because never have we ever. The door cuts, but the doors do not open. This is definitely in the never have I ever category. If you see the GMC pickup that's towing it, it is not included. You do get the boat, you do get the special trailer that's been built for it, and you do have the only one on your lake, I guarantee it.
What I find interesting is they still have a foot throttle for this thing. So in most boats, you know, it's a hand throttle system. They have cruise control, and it looks like electronics to move it forward and backwards. There's a few buttons for accessories, and it is legal for water. It does have all the boat navigation lights like this one up here, and I believe they're red and green on the front, so you can see, you know, which way the boat's going in water. So it is water legal.
Red right return, and here it is a jet boat like a Sea-Doo, so it draws water from underneath. There's the propulsion unit out the back with the reverser that comes down to cover that. This is unbelievable.
Can you imagine? You know, you're out at the lake, and you look across, and there you see this Lamborghini on top of the water driving, because that's what this is going to look like.
I want to meet the guy who dreamed this up, because what an imagination he must have had. There is the VIN number, so you register this in your state as a boat, put a number on the front, away you go. Love to see this. Some NASCAR guy on Lake Norman in North Carolina with this would just have a lot of fun.
I tell you what, I love it. I mean, I think it is absolutely wild. It just sold over the internet. That internet bidder was pretty committed almost the entire way through, bidding against somebody here on the floor, and well, they'll put the sold sticker on for $62,000, and that is truly one of the wildest things we have ever seen here at Barrett-Jackson. Boy, you know, normally I'd say, you know, the Humvee looks pretty wild, but this is nothing in comparison to what we just saw. Right now we got a 2011 AM General Humvee Custom.
Yeah, military redo with a lot of Raptor bed liner or similar on every exposed surface. Converted from military to street use, because a lot of these things, they're assigned to National Guard units. They get used for training. They don't have a lot of miles on them, and then they get timed out, and they're sold as surplus and available on the secondary market. And here we are.
Correct, and this one is 5 years newer than the last civilian version of Humvee built. Went out of production in 2006. They can continue to build the military applications, and this one, yeah, still retaining most of the military. Other than it being Rhino line, basically everything top to bottom, inside, it is still very military. They haven't even added a key to this thing yet. It still has the old lever here on the side to run the glow plugs and start it up. So anybody could drive off with this thing.
I didn't know they made really huge wheels and tires for Hummers, but here you are. Wow.
Yeah, it still has its Kevlar coating on it as well. So yeah, it's got that surface on top of it, but underneath there, it's bulletproof.
I think, yeah, they're 8-lug wheels, so if you had like a 3/4 ton or 1 ton Chevy, it'd probably match up to the bolt pattern, I believe, to be able to find aftermarket wheels for the Humvee.
Well, good luck if you have to replace those portal axles or service them, put bearings in them or whatever. Good bit of complication there. Pintle hitch on the back.
You can get a good look at that portal axle down there. It's really cool, almost magic the way they get the axle up in there for better ground clearance, but then a series of chains, if you will, inside of here, going from the drive shaft down to the axle itself. That's one way to get it higher in the air, but with the wheels lower. Otherwise, you have an axle hanging down lower that could catch on things.
Pretty cheap by the pound, Rick.
Absolutely, $28,000 for that Humvee Custom from 2011. All right, great day so far here on Friday, but Super Saturday is right around the corner. So let's check in with the company CEO, Craig Jackson, the car he's looking forward to crossing the block tomorrow.
We have a 1967 Ford Mustang Eleanor Wide Body Limited Edition. This is lot number 727. It's powered by a Roush 5-liter Coyote supercharged intercooled aluminum block engine, and it is paired with a TKX 5-speed manual transmission, and it features the Go Baby Go shifter and the nitrous oxide bottle in the truck. The handcrafted all-metal bodywork is widened 7 inches, and it progressively gets wider from the nose to the back. It has then been painted with the pepper gray metallic 2-stage paint and the black Le Mans stripes. What a beautiful job on the interior, carrying through the LED lights in it, the Gone in 60 Seconds official logos everywhere on it. I love all the billet work. Very nice job on the build on there. It's a beast. I love this car.
Yeah, absolutely. An awful lot to love about that car. And that's one of the cars we'll see crossing the block during our Super Saturday coverage coming up tomorrow. That 1993 Dodge Ram 250 Custom just sold, and rolling up behind it, oh, one of my all-time favorites. This is a 1969 American Motors AMX.
So from the back of the doors forward, this is the same as the volume-produced AMC Javelin. The Javelin had a back seat. It was a pony car, 2+2. The AMX is American Motors sports car. The only American two-seater besides the Corvette. They raced these in SCCA in B production. They took them to Bonneville. This one wears a Mark Donohue spoiler and has a 390 V8, not a highly optioned car. And yes, those stripes are factory.
You know, and you mentioned, the fact that it was a two-seater. The Corvette was a fiberglass, so this was the only steel-bodied two-seater made in the United States at that point in time.
Now, these things for a long time just stalled out at $25,000. You just couldn't get any more for them than that. Recently, though, they have come into their own and found a following, and values for these are starting to rise. Not too late to get in on a good thing, because I think as time goes on, these are going to be more and more appreciated and rare.
Well, think about this. You mentioned the fact that, they really shortened this. This is 12 inches shorter in the wheelbase than that Javelin. I mean, it only has 97 inches. That's a very short wheelbase car. They never really road raced these, but they did do them on drag racings.
Now, they did SCCA race them for the B Production Championship against the Corvettes.
$40,000 for a 1969 American Motors AMX. I love the color, love the stripes, and away it goes to a brand new owner. We're going to take a break here from our Barrett-Jackson coverage here in Columbus, the first time we've ever been to the Midwest. And boy, I tell you, so far we're having a great time. This is day 2. What else is going to cross the block that gets our attention?
Well, the Barrett-Jackson auction makes its first trip to the Midwest. And here in Columbus, Ohio, still a packed house 5 hours after they started selling cars here at 11 a.m. local time. So a lot of interest and enthusiasm and some great prices for some great cars. As a 64 Chrysler Imperial gets rolled off center stage to put a little more pressure on the bidders, and away it goes. Its place taken by a 2010 Ford Mustang Roush Barrett-Jackson Edition.
Yeah, so often we're used to seeing the Barrett-Jackson Edition Mustangs coming in either, black and red, which are the official Barrett-Jackson colors. But I love this one, and don't call this grabber orange because it's a long way from that. This is big bad orange, and boy, it is big and bad. It's got a 4.6-liter engine, V8, plenty of horsepower, 540 coming out of that engine.
We're just a year or two shy of the Coyote engine coming in the Mustang, but this one they made up for, at least Roush did, by putting that supercharger on it to, I think it was 540 horsepower. Yeah, 540 horsepower. This one has a manual transmission with an old school Roush, or sort of her style shifter, but with the Roush logo on it. So a lot of upgrades here. And then, of course, the Barrett-Jackson striping down the side. They've done a few Barrett-Jackson edition Mustangs. This one, I believe, the second iteration.
Yeah, and of course, this is the Roush connection. Jack Roush doing the modifications to this, making it really nice. They only made 25 of this year, and this is officially number 10 of those 25. And I think it only had like 5,600 miles on the odometer. So this is basically a brand new 16-year-old car.
I like one thing that they did. If you come around to the driver's side and look in the vent for the air conditioning, they integrated the boost gauge there into the AC vent, so you can see how much this booster supercharger is giving. And yeah, it just looks brand new.
Yeah, and if you were to look across, we can also see on just above the dash where Jack Roush has signed this as well. And you know, as Greg Jackson's in-house, if you want it signed by him, I'm sure you could make that happen after this is all over.
5,670 actual miles. You see the bidder assistant motioning to the auctioneer, who hammers it sold for $66,000. Now, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills, maybe win an amazing prize in the process, you want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Here's April to preview one of the cars you'll predict the price on.
That's right, Mike. Here's something you don't see every day. 1969 Custom Charger. Now, this thing's been through a 3-year rotisserie restoration. Beautiful black paint, and it probably looks familiar. It's a recreation from Dom's car from Fast and Furious, and the obvious standout is that blower on top of the 440 big block. It's got a 727 torque flight automatic transmission, Dana 60 rear end, Willwood brakes all the way around. And you got to see inside. They've done such a fantastic job. Completely custom interior with that two-tone red and black, Dakota digital gauges, and the sweetest pistol grip shifter. I mean, every piece of this car has been touched, and it is gorgeous. It's won a ton of awards. It gets a million eyeballs every single place it goes. This is a sweet ride, Mike.
Thanks, April. That Charger crosses the block tomorrow, so register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 or over to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for official rules, and hey, who knows? Maybe you could drive away with the grand prize, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Pack Plus. Here's a 2015 Maserati Gran Turismo convertible, bid to $46,000.
About 42,000 miles on the odometer, and another one in Bordeaux. We had one earlier in this sort of maroon color. Here is another, and I think bringing respectable money, but still a fraction of its original MSRP.
Same interior in two-tone as the previous one. $45,000 is the hammer price. Lot 499, not in the published catalog. It's a late edition, and it's a two-tone 1959 Ford Galaxy Sunliner.
Well, that's right. The Sunliner was the convertible version. Of course, we know the Skyliner, which is the hardtop convertible, but this is the soft top convertible in a different configuration in many different ways, but basically the same look. You know, this particular one has a 352 cubic inch V8 underneath the hood with a 3-speed manual transmission. One thing you can see they've done is they've upgraded the radiator, so it's got a little more modern cooling. You got to remember, 1959, things were changing pretty rapidly in the automotive world. They were coming out of the 50s. You know, you've still got fins that you can see on the back here, a big Continental kit, but the looks of cars were just going to change radically over the course of the next few years through Detroit.
The Continental kit just looks so wild in these things because the bumper comes so far out, over a foot from the taillights. Proportionally, it looks pretty strange, and this is already a long car, longer than any Suburban or Ford Expedition made today by several feet.
And let's call this a fun driver car. It has not been overly restored at this point. Some of the chrome, the bright work, looks like it's had a few years put on, a few pits here and there. But if you want a fun driver car that's got some great appeal, you know, with not just the two-tone on the outside, but the two-tone on the inside. It's a convertible. You know, this is what I call a spectacular ice cream car. Because what you want to do is on the weekend, you want to load up the family, head out, get some ice cream, cruise around, maybe enjoy a car show. What a great way to do it with this particular car.
All right, the bidder assistant with his fist in the air means I have the bid. He is working with a bidder on the internet. Come on, one more time, one more time. 25.5 is where we are. Looking for 26,000. Typing frantically, working against a bidder on the floor here in the house. You can bid by the internet, bid by phone, place a proxy bid before the auction starts, or bid here in person. As that Ford is off to a new home. Let's go all the way back to 1937 for this custom Chevrolet Coupe.
Wow, what a fun piece of machinery coming up on the block. Custom in literally just about every way, but I like the way they've kept the body on this. You know, underneath the hood, we got a small block Chevy V8, but it has been built up so it produces 550 horsepower, and it's got an automatic transmission. Look at that blower sitting up on top for the air induction. I love the hood ornament on the front. There's just so much to like about this.
2 carburetors inside. It's easy to see all the way through. They put a window on the side to get a good look at this engine. It's all polished up and beautiful. The headlights have been given sort of a flame treatment here in the chrome on the side. I like the grille, sort of the billet style grille, but keeping that original shape. And they gave it a little bit of a spike edge here at the tip. So a lot of little custom touches on this thing.
Yeah, I like the turn signals that are just coming off right below the headlight themselves. It's really great. It's got, you know, disc brakes front and rear. What I like about this is what I'll call a family hot rod. Plenty of room up front, and it's got plenty of room in the back for whoever your passengers. They've even got cup holders in the back for the passengers as well. You know, so many hot rods that we see are really, really they're just built for the driver. Sometimes you bring a passenger along. But this is a family hot rod with 4 complete seats and plenty of leg room in the back.
All right, Camille working the bidder here up on the stage while Mary has a bidder down in the crowd. There was an internet bidder involved. Boy, nicely finished inside as well as out.
Well, I'm looking at the bottom, and I tell you what, it's nicely finished down below as well.
And more of that flame going off the steering wheel. It's a little subtle flame job in the seats as well with the stitching. And this Tudor style, it's unusual to see them like this, but it actually has a roomy back seat there to match with some cup holders. And the trunk, kind of funny on the side, how it just sort of goes off a cliff, almost vertical.
And what would you call this color? It's kind of purplish, but I don't know. I don't have a name for it off the top of my head. Oh, the bidders just keep coming on this one. Every time you think it's going to get sold, somebody else pops up.
Yeah, Doug has a bidder in one of the floor seats. Mary has a bidder there. She says, I have the bid, and I think he got it. $55,000 for that 37 Chevrolet. Well done. Coming up soon is a 1972 Olds Cutlass Supreme convertible, ground up restored with its original 350 V8 and automatic transmission.
The Dodge Thrill Ride is a staple here at Barrett-Jackson. You know, you get to ride shotgun in Dodge's latest muscle cars with a professional driver, and you get to experience those high G turns, tire smoke, and, well, basically a lot of controls chaos. It's all completely free and is always a huge hit with the fans.
Oh, man, it was awesome. I mean, it was a real quick, fast ride, but I tell you what, man, you're on the edge of the seat.
A lot of power in that engine. Yeah. Really cool on the turns. Drifts really well.
He drives better than my boyfriend does.
When you come to Barrett-Jackson, the Dodge Thrill Ride is definitely worth experiencing.
That's got to be a lot of fun. You can't believe how many tires they go through in a weekend here. Welcome back to Columbus. 1967, first year for the Pontiac Firebird. You could get an overhead cam 6, you could get a 400 V8, or like this one, a 326 V8.
You know, it's funny how some things just bring you back. I can remember when I was in 6th grade, reading a car magazine in my classroom. Yes, I know I was supposed to be doing something else, but looking at some, and I saw the ad for the Firebird for the first time, and I thought, wow, that is so cool for the 1967 Firebird. And now I get to stand next to it up on the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
Doug's bidder, $41,000 there on the floor. Big smiles all around. Add the 10% buyer's premium and then have it shipped home where it's going to enjoy its next life. Sharp car. Something just a little newer and a lot bigger is this 1970 GMC 2500 custom pickup.
Beautiful truck here, obviously lifted and four-wheel drive. It doesn't say whether it was a K, originally a four-wheel drive car, or a C two-wheel drive, but it's definitely been given the treatment. Now, I say that, but it's been raised, but it's not a four-wheel drive, so they got me. They got me. Actually, no, there's the front axle. I'm so sorry, but it's definitely a four-wheel drive. There's the transfer case and everything else. Everything very pretty underneath.
Yeah, of course, this is that popular C10 style body that is, you know, from 1967 through 1972. And while there's some folks who just absolutely love the Chevrolet version, there's also a big following for the GMC world. And this particular truck is one of those that would fall into that world of, if you're a GMC guy, this is the truck that you're going to want to take a look at. You know, with that big 2500, so it's a 3/4 ton and a big long bed in the back.
The long bed is what's going to hold this thing back as far as the price. A short bed would be a big deal, but also, even though the paint is spectacular on this thing, it does look like the bed was used as intended. There's a few dents in there, especially it being a little wet. You can see where the water is pooling, so it's not flawless. But the good news is you can buy this, actually use it as a truck, also take it to car shows. It'll show great. So this is the kind of truck that I would buy, because personally, I love to use my things that use them hard.
Yeah, it's been upgraded with the Sierra Grande trim package, so there's a lot that's been done to this to make it slightly nicer. But to your point, when I look at this, it absolutely doesn't look brand new. There's a few flaws here and there, but nothing's going to hold it back too much.
$32,000 is the winning bid for that sharp GMC pickup. We're going to stay in that same theme, but we're going to dial it back a couple of decades to 1956 for this Chevrolet 3100 Custom.
This is one of my all-time favorite body styles for the Chevrolet pickup truck. And the reason being, first off, this is before they've gone to the dual headlights. They just have a single headlight. But I absolutely love, I'll call them the eyebrow that just comes over right here that they introduced the year before. It's just a great look when I look at this. You know, and this time, they've customized this a lot. They've got a 350 cubic inch engine under the hood, automatic transmission, great big huge tires. They put disc brakes up front, but they've kept the drums in the back. Newer wood bed in the back, but the paint, this red paint, just shows off so well under the lights.
And this is when they started styling the trucks to sort of look like the cars, like the Tri-5 Chevys. Of course, the Cameo, they put the fiberglass fins on the side to really dress these things up. The first luxury pickup truck. This one, it doesn't have that, but it certainly looks good. The front treatment was pretty groundbreaking in 1955 with these. And the wood bed's gorgeous on this one. The right stance.
Just 680 miles since this full restoration.
To your point, Tyler, I mean, they were definitely using the Tri-5 Chevys, which we didn't call them back then, as their guidance. And especially if you go up front and you look at the grille on this thing, it very much has a similar look to the 1955 Chevrolet.
The hammer falls at $45,000 for that Chevy 3100, freshly restored. Rain falling outside, but it's nice and sunny here on the auction block. More dream rides await. There's the king of cool. When the movie Bullitt came to the screen, everybody who wanted to be cool like Steve McQueen suddenly had a tweed sport coat and a turtleneck. That replica Bullet Mustang, lot 767. That will cross the block here in Columbus tomorrow. Highland Green with a Stroker V8. Cool car. All right, back to reality and to the block and this 72 Olds Cutlass Supreme convertible.
Now, this is not a 442. This is just a regular old Cutlass Supreme convertible. But I love it. I mean, look at the restoration that's been done to this. You know, that 350 engine underneath the hood, the engine compartment detailed pretty nicely, the paint, brand new interior that was put in during the restoration. This is a convertible. I love this silver color. Honestly, I don't think there's anything not to like about this car.
High quality, very correct restoration, except once again, they add a little bit more sparkle to the paint and clear to really make it pop as far as the metallic and clear, which is very common to see. And the stripes, I think, are also a little bit of a different color if it even would have had it since it was a Cutlass Supreme. But otherwise, yeah, under the hood looked very correct and well optioned with the air conditioning and a lot of the power options and things. So this is the luxury cruiser here.
And you have to remember, I mean, it was an Oldsmobile, right? So it was more upscale than the Chevrolet or the Pontiac of its day, just a notch below the Buick.
Hammer falls to an internet bidder at $78,000. Now you can see the prices of all the cars that have sold here in Columbus and see what's coming up tomorrow by going to Barrett-Jackson.com and get information on upcoming auctions and buy some merch should you choose. Here is a 66 Ford Mustang convertible powered by a C-Code 289 V8.
Well, the C-Code, of course, was the entry-level engine when it came to the V8s in the Mustang world. Simply with the two-barrel carburetor, it only has about 200 horsepower. You could step up from this to the four-barrel carburetor, the 289, or you could eventually end up with the 302 at some point in time. But for right now, this was a great way to step up from the six-cylinder engine. Remember, there were a lot of those sold. And I've never seen any exact numbers, but I think like 35 to 40% of the Mustangs sold back in 1966 were probably having this exact engine.
Once again, a very correct restoration on this one, except the added air conditioning, which certainly doesn't hurt the value to add vintage air because people will want that for drivability year-round, especially, you know, this being a C-Code. Not a particularly collectible one, but since it's been restored to this level, you know, why not add some comforts to it?
So there were three engine choices for this year. There was the two-barrel V8, the four-barrel V8 putting out 225 horsepower, and the big engine was also a 289, but it had a four-barrel and solid lifters. 271 horsepower was the big dog. $41,000. That one sells over the internet as well. Well done. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Craig Jackson's going to tell us about a unique, even more unique than usual, Ford GT.
This one-owner 2022 Ford GT is powered by the 660 horsepower mid-engine twin turbocharged Eco V6 paired with the 7-speed double clutch transmission. This GT is from the final year of production for the second generation Ford GTs. Now here's why it's so special. This is the only example produced in diamond blue through the factory extended color palette option. This GT has $74,600 in factory options, and it has just 39 miles on it. This incredible GT is selling at no reserve. It really is a piece of art.
I love diamond blue. Whether it's on a GT or on an early 70s Mustang where that color was born, it looks off-white in some lighting and light blue in others. It's a wonderful color. All right, lot 512. This is a 2012 Bentley Continental Flying Spur.
$184,000 when new. That's 46,000 miles traveled since, and we have the bid of 30 grand. So as far as depreciation pretty incredible. And these things have aged really well, where I don't think this looks like it's something that's going on 15 years old. Plus that twin turbo W1200 hood, 550 horsepower, got you a top speed of just shy of 200 miles per hour. So serious performance then and now.
I often point out, I mean, you're going to spend Toyota Camry money right here, and the valet is still going to park you up front. Well, not quite. We thought it was sold, but apparently it's not.
I like the Mulliner spec wheels on this one, and I think the interior, it's unique because it has the white piping on it. I'm not sure if that's factory or custom. It doesn't look like the factory Bentley seat material to me.
And it sells on the floor for $40,000. 2015, Ford celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Mustang with a special build. The Mustang debuted in 1964, and that's how many of these 50th anniversary Mustangs were built, 1964. But that is not the key number of this car. The key number is 11. That's what's on the odometer, 11 miles.
All right, Mike, I do have a brief update. I just checked with the driver. It's now up to 12.5 miles.
Oh, no.
It's gained a whole mile and a half somewhere on the property as they were driving this thing around. I love the whimsy of what they've done with this, because this is commemorating the 1965 Mustang, which of course was the very first Mustang. But as you point out, there were 1964 made because that's when the car debuted in April. So calling it, a 50th anniversary edition, but only producing 1964, I think is a fun thing to do.
No options with this. You got everything with this package. $46,995 the sticker price. So you got the Kona blue, you got all the options, and sticker price to match. You just check one box for this anniversary package and you got it all.
Yeah, and if you buy this one, once again, you're essentially getting a brand new car. I mean, I see some of the sticker work on the driver's side of the window, giving you the content information. You're not going to find any newer 50th anniversary edition Mustang than this one.
So how much was this new?
Just $46,000 or $7,000.
Okay.
So we're just a bit over its MSRP now.
So as an investment, maybe not so great, but boy, as a piece of history, so cool.
And there we've got it, $46,995. Of course, I'm sure there were probably a few extra charges added onto that before it was all said and done.
Coyote Power V8 manual transmission, so you can have a lot of fun with this thing.
Gotta wonder if this one ever left the dealership, or did they just put it away rather than offering it for retail sale? That is not disclosed here, but already we're about 10 grand over retail, and now climbing at $56,000.
And this generation Mustang, probably the top dog as far as prices, the GT350R or the GT500. Of course, there's the special editions of those, the Heritages and stuff like that, where they can bring more than stick figures.
$55,000 is the hammer price. Add your 10% buyer's premium and take it home. April.
Hey, Mike, look at that. Looks like a bag of Skittles, all these sweet rides waiting for their chance to find a new home very soon. And this one's going to find a new home tomorrow on Super Saturday. 1967 Chevelle Custom. Beautiful fusion gray. This is a fresh rebuild, fresh restoration that just finished this May. I love that they painted the bumper. They blacked out everything that would have been stainless or chrome all the way throughout the entire build. She's gorgeous. Beautiful billet style racing mirrors. Inside, very understated and sleek look with that center console running down, paddle shifters on the wheel. Just absolutely gorgeous interior with that leather seats. And here, I want to show you this back here because this is what customizers do. They go all out. Look at that trunk, completely redone. I'd feel bad putting anything back here because I don't want to mess it up. But you've got your amp that's hiding behind here, and this lights up in a big, bright blue to showcase what is going on back here. I mean, this is really fun. Now, the power comes from an LT4, getting you 650 horsepower. It's got an 8-speed automatic transmission, upgraded suspension with RideTech coilovers, MagnaFlow exhaust, Willwood brakes all around. I mean, all the best of the best upgrades. This is a sweet car. I'm really looking forward to see it go across tomorrow, Mike.
That's very sharp, April. One great thing about it being a 1967, that is the last year cars were made and sold in America without emissions equipment, so no smog check ever on that one. Here's another 1957 Ford Thunderbird, this one with a 312 V8 backed up by a 3-speed automatic.
And we've seen several Baby Birds rolling across the block today. Interestingly, all of them have been 1957, the final year. And in many people's minds, the best version of the Baby Bird, the Thunderbird. This one has the 312 cubic inch Thunderbird engine underneath the hood, signet red. Boy, a great combination with the white interior.
And all of them have been automatics as well. You could get these with a manual transmission, but they were never meant to be sports cars. These were cruisers, and they always thought that the Baby Bird was a failure, so when they did the next generation, the Square Bird, they added the back seats, and they were right. Sales exploded. Even though these are the major collectible ones, and the big Square Birds that came after it don't bring nearly as much, but from a sales standpoint, these were a failure in comparison.
Well, in 1957, they sold 21,000 of these. In 1958, they sold 37,000 of them. So the numbers jumped tremendously. But think about this. If you compare this sales as a two-seater in 1957 for the Thunderbird to the Corvette, well, this is massively outselling the Corvette. So even in 1957, I think it was a successful car. They just realized there was so much more potential out there.
$33,000 sends that 57 T-Bird to a new home. That's a good buy. It's been a great day so far here in Columbus. Lots more cars across the block today. And of course, we're all looking forward to Super Saturday. But stick around, see if your dream ride is one of the next across the block here. Instead of brush and floss, you'll want to polish that toothsome grill on that Corvette. That waits its turn on the auction block here at Barrett-Jackson. It'll be crossing tomorrow, along with some of those other great rides on what we like to call Super Saturday. You see a little bit of everything here at Barrett-Jackson. That Jeep Cherokee was highly customized. It just rolls off the auction block, and in its place is a 1983 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ40, the first one we've seen this weekend on the block.
Well, yeah, long before the SUV craze, there were FJs wandering all over the world. And of course, by 1983, they were getting a little more civilized, but frankly, not a lot. And, you know, this is the beginning of that era. And what I like about this one, it has not been crazy modified. You know, it's powered by a rebuilt 4.2 liter that inline 6-engine 4-speed manual transmission. I like what they've done with this. It's just restored.
Oh, totally. These are unkillable. Like, you can drive them. That I think they still have a hole through the front because you can hand crank those straight 6 engines. And yeah, they are very agricultural, rough and ready, but super duper durable.
The only thing that could kill them is rust. And this one, the body looks great, the frame as well. A little bit of wear and tear on the roof, but overall,
that's patina. Nice. That's called patina.
Yeah, it's just got a little bit. You know, when we look up above to the top, I can see some of the paint chipping just a little bit. You know, once again, it's not an over-the-top restoration. This is when you buy, you drive, and you enjoy.
Yeah, it's what we like to call driver quality. And I always like this level of car because I'm not afraid to use it.
The roof is a fiberglass panel on this one, so that one can't. Well, no, that's just some filler going on. Now it feels like fiberglass to me.
So the FJ referred to the gasoline engine. If you got the BJ someplace else in the world, that was the diesel engine version of these.
That was $8,000 the Hammer price. He was in it to win it all the way through, fought it out, got it. Let's have a look inside the Maguire staging lanes. Still quite a number of cars to come to the block today. 45 minutes or so left in our coverage. And the Maguire's crew battling the effects of the rainstorm that has come over Columbus most of this afternoon, but the cars are all polished and wiped and dry by the time they get to the auction block. Nice Mercedes there, and a Hummer, and a W30 Oldsmobile. A lot of cool cars like this 66 Mustang convertible with a 289 V8 and 3-speed automatic.
This one started life as a C code, but at least the air cleaner and I believe the carburetor underneath it looks like it's got a 4-barrel carburetor right now. No harm, no foul as far as that kind of upgrade, as far as it being Concord correct. Again, the paint on this one having a really nice clear coat and an extra metallic on it. Another thing that brings more money. And I love the pony package interior on this one with the horse stampede in the seat inserts.
You know what I love about thinking about a 66 Camaro, Mustang? There was already 1 million of these things made by then.
Well, yeah, in fact, there were 1.1 million Mustangs built during the first 2 years of production. And that's what has always impressed me. I mean, here we are all these years later, and people still love these cars, even though there were so many of them built. I mean, we're at $44,000 on the current bid.
Well, and also how it caught the rest of the big three so flat-footed, right? This whole kind of concept. And, you know, the Camaro was rushed into production 3 years later. They really hit something. They hit a nerve with this car.
Long Tall Sally. It's a song. Should I know who it is? I know it's in my head.
They thought they'd sold it. I heard the Hammer come down a moment ago, but apparently they got one last bid that came in. Now we're sitting at 47, just up to $48,000. And that is exactly what it's going to sell for as this car goes off to a new owner. Now, of course, tomorrow is Super Saturday, and our team went out to find the cars they think are going to bring big, big bucks.
Here are some of the cars we're most looking forward to on Super Saturday. In 1969, the Boss 429 was a specially built Mustang that you couldn't order. You had to know somebody. My buddy Kenny Roskin waited 9 months to get his, and it looked just like this. I mean just like this, because this is an under 5,000 mile Survivor that is 99% original. All right, the wheels and tires aren't original, but here are the originals, and they come with the car. April, can you top this?
Not bad, Mike, but check this out. 2021 Mercedes AMG GT Black Series. Now, these were impossible to get new, but we have one here. It has the most powerful AMG V8 ever. 4-liter twin-turbo, 720 horsepower, and a beautiful exclusive body kit to look just like the IMSA race car. And it's pretty rare, only 1,700 built and just around 400 here in the U.S. Rick, what do you have?
That's a great car, April, but this car, this tells a wonderful story. Yes, it's a 2021 Ford GT. That's special enough by itself. But this one is a 66 Heritage Edition. But this doesn't represent the Le Mans victory that happened in '66. This is all about the victory at the Daytona 24 Hours by Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby, because that's what really got the Ford GT40 established back then and made this car possible. Tyler, top that.
Thanks, Rick. I definitely have the fastest car of the bunch here with a 2015 Porsche 918 Spyder. 2.2 seconds 0 to 60 thanks to all-wheel drive, electric motors, and this V8 engine in the back right here. It's exhaust right by your head. Just incredible. And over $100,000 in options on this thing, including the paint and the acid green accents. Big things are coming up here in Columbus.
And once again, those are all cars that we're going to see crossing the block tomorrow during our Super Saturday coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Auction, the inaugural edition from Columbus, Ohio. Right now we got a 1999 AM General Humvee M114.
You know, lots of interesting tech on these things. They look really large, but the passenger compartment, there's not much room in there because all of the powertrain and the mechanicals was stuffed high up. They actually have a reducer gear at each wheel to get some more ground clearance. And, you know, obviously they were made for rough and tumble combat.
Portal axles and one modification here. The snorkel has been made way up on this to where you could wade deep into the water, which when I had one, I did wade pretty deep to where my pants were getting wet in the seat one time. It was a little scary, but we got through it. And these Hummers, yeah, they're kind of mid-engine because the diesel engine is behind the front wheels. You can see that hump right there in the cabin, which would have the back end of the diesel engine, usually a 6.5 turbo diesel under there if it was original military vehicle. And this one's sort of wearing its original military khaki, although it does look like it has been repainted, cleaned up quite a bit.
What it hasn't been is driven. This has less than 3,000 actual miles.
Well, then it's probably original, the military khaki. Usually you see them, you know, sun-faded, beat, tired. So there you go, a fresh one.
$22,000 is the hammer price for that Humvee. Next up is a 1972 Dodge Demon with the numbers matching 318 cubic inch V8 and torque flight automatic.
Well, of course, at that point, you know, we've talked about how they had the Roadrunner back then, and of course they had the Super Bee, and they had to come up with other names that they were going to play with, and the Dodge Demon was just a perfect example of that. You know, take their simple economy car of the day, spruce it up a little bit, and give it a new fun name.
I mean, you kind of got a sense this was sort of the tail end of the muscle car era, right? 72, 73, the regulations were about to show up to really kill the fun. So this is one of the last of the few.
So this one's a poser. It's got 340 decals on the hood, but the consignor says it has the 318 V8 under the hood.
Yeah, in fact, you can see the stickers back here. This one has not been restored. I'm looking, I can see some issues with the paint, but I'm thinking that maybe this could potentially even be the original paint on this.
And look at what they kept, everybody, the vinyl roof.
I think you're onto something, Rick, because I'm not seeing any spray in the door jambs and all that stuff. So I think you are right. Original paint, original interior, air conditioning added to this one, and a few badges, but otherwise, yeah, we might have a survivor here.
And it sells for $27,000. Nice buy. Coming up, how about this 2011 Maserati Gran Turismo, powered by the Ferrari-developed 4.2-liter V8 with a 6-speed automatic featuring sport mode, riding on 20-inch tri-spoke Neptune wheels. Now here's just a little taste of what's coming Saturday. That Blue Chevelle has an LS swap. Very nicely done. It comes out of a 4-car collection. There's a bespoke Ford GT with some beautiful striping. A Corvette, the C7 right there. How about a Mercedes AMG GT? Porsche 918 Spider. All of these cars are going to cross the block tomorrow, and some of them for some high dollar figures. Going to be a fun day and a big day here in Barrett Jackson's first trip to Columbus, Ohio. Back to the block where this 2004 Ford Mustang Celine has been through 2 accidents, one moderate, one severe, it says on the vehicle description report, but has been nicely and professionally repaired.
Oh, you know, Mike, it's okay. It's no big deal. Still a Celine, supercharged V8 under hood. 2004, which is of the era when Celine was also building the S7, the supercar, in the same color. So I personally love this era of Celine, the way they look.
I love this body style. I had one of these a little bit earlier, not the Celine model. I just had, you know, pretty much your plain Jane Mustang and had fun with it. You know, pretty much the end of the line for this body style. Then they're going to come out with that newer retro look. But, you know, this only has like less than 60,000 miles on the odometer. And to your point, you know, yeah, it's had a few issues, but it still is a Celine. And I think for the money right now, this is probably one of the cheapest Celines you're going to find.
I mean, I will always be grateful for this generation Mustang because it rescued us from the SN95 era.
Now, there's some people who think very fondly of those cars, so you got to be careful.
There were Cobras and Cobra R's with the SN95. They were okay. I mean, there's always good parts of Mustang, but Celine's, they're beautiful.
$25,000 hammer price for that Celine Mustang. Well, April spends a lot of her time talking with the folks that come to visit Barrett-Jackson because they like to talk to her, and she takes the pulse of the crowd.
We're in the Midwest. We want to get the vibe. What is the one car that you're most drawn to?
70 Chevelle.
What is it about that specifically?
I just love those cars.
I'm just curious, what kind of taste you have in cars?
I'm a Camaro type of guy.
440 and GTX. It would be nice, but not too many of those around.
Ooh, okay. What's your dream car?
My dream car is a old school 69 Camaro.
You look like a sophisticated man. What is your taste in cars?
I like the exotics.
Yeah, okay, so are you gonna buy it? What are you looking at?
I'm a big square body guy.
It's the 79 Pontiac Trans Am.
That's my girl. Okay, you're out. Let's go, let's go. We're on a mission to find one because there's one here.
Let's go.
All right, well, let's take the pulse of the crew. Rick, what's your dream car?
Well, of the cars I've seen cross today, the one that I would have bought and really enjoyed was that AMX with the 390 engine under the hood. Always loved those things.
Tyler?
That commemorative edition Targa with the G50 transmission, it was an 88 Porsche. I think that was a good buy. I'm kind of kicking myself on that one.
Larry?
I mean, that's a really hard question, like picking my favorite kid. So, but I really would enjoy one of those first-gen Camaros that came up. It was a big rally up, especially that green one.
Well, I've always wanted a De Tomaso Mangusta. It's one of the most beautiful cars ever built, impossible to live with, but I've always wanted one, and there's one tomorrow coming to the block.
But you could have bought a Pantera today, which is the next best thing. And in some ways, maybe better. I don't know. By the way,
it was a better car. The Pantera was a better car than the Mangusta. You're right.
That last lady loved the 79 Pontiacs, right? The Firebirds.
Yes.
There's 5 of them here this week.
Well, everybody gets to live their dream, maybe vicariously and maybe with their hand in the air. There's the winning bidder on a Maserati for $23,000, one with a checkered past, much like the Mustang that preceded it. And here's a 2011 Mercedes SL550 Designo edition, so this would be the launch edition for this body style.
Yes, the R230 got a really nice facelift, I feel like, this year or the year prior. And this one, that Mystic Red, which was a Designo color on this one. Same with the interior, slightly different, a lighter beige. This one not an AMG, but the Sport package. So it has the AMG sort of wheel treatment and the body kit.
I mean, one of the fun parts about these cars was that thing called the air curtain, which was that little vent on the headrest that actually blows cold air on your neck.
The scarf, the air scarf.
Yes, thank you.
It's a very nice thing for year-round top-down driving. You have that warmth, right there at your neck. It's great.
Well, it had plenty of performance. I mean, you think about it. You're doing 0 to 60 in like 5.3 seconds, 382 horsepower. I mean, these weren't race cars. They're simply luxury touring cars. But it had everything you wanted. It had performance, it had looks, it had style.
This one looks really clean. Like somebody's getting a smart buy here.
And you can actually see how this air scarf works here in the back. There's a little grill, almost a speaker grill, and 2 little fans inside. Tough to see, and it blows right into the driver's neck. There's the vent right there. And good thing the driver got a haircut recently. He's looking good. So that's blowing and keeping you comfortable.
Well, I live in Phoenix. I've always had convertibles, and I'm one of those people. I think there's almost any day of the year I can drive with the convertible top down. Sometimes the heater's on, sometimes the air conditioner's on, but I love it.
That is a buy right there, even with 72,000 miles on the clock. Mid-20,000s for a Designo Mercedes SL. Nobody else on the block is going to have one. Like that a lot. All right, here's a 68 Chevy Camaro Rally Sport convertible powered by a numbers-matching 327 V8 and Power Glide automatic.
Well, right off the bat, I mean, this has a lot of things to like. I mean, it's a convertible, obviously. It's a second year for the Camaro. I'm just taking a close look at it. The paint looks good. The bright work looks like it's been around the block a few times, but it doesn't look bad. I mean, it's not dented up or anything. So I would say this is another one of those cars, buy, drive, and enjoy. And the fact that it's got a matching numbers powertrain, I mean, yeah, it's not a special powertrain. You're not talking a big block engine underneath the hood. But the fact that it does have some originality, it's an RS, boy, I think this is a fun car to buy.
Vacuum operated hideaway headlights on this one, so I couldn't pop it now since the engine's not running, but also the Rally Sport package, so it has some good stuff to it. Of course, you know, the performance of the 327, it's okay for the time, but I would say, especially with the numbers matching, this is another one that was probably a good buy at this point.
You know, it's amazing how long it took for General Motors and Chevrolet to come out with the Camaro after the Mustang. They just didn't realize it was going to be the success it was going to be.
$35,000 the hammer price for that Camaro convertible. We're getting into the last half hour of our coverage for today, and that's the time of day we might see a few bargains sneak their way across the block. So stay tuned right here on FYI for more Barrett-Jackson Columbus.
Back here in Columbus, this is a car we previewed a little while ago when we went to our commercial break. This is a 2011 Maserati Gran Turismo, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $35,000. They'll write the price on the sticker, and away it will go. Remember, the buyer also has to pay a 10% buyer's premium here. Right behind it, we got a 2014 Jaguar F-Type convertible.
Very sharp-looking car here. 340 horse, 3-liter supercharged V6 engine, 8-speed automatic, and they did just push the hood release. There's what lies beneath.
You could get these with a V8, the F-Type R. That's the king of the hill with that. But I believe the V6 Supercharge you could get with a manual transmission. So that's probably the car of choice for the ultimate enthusiast. This one's had at least these carbon fiber inserts to the wheels. I think that's something Jaguar would do, maybe. But one thing they definitely didn't do were these gigantic red paddle shifters. They've been expanded massively on this one. Otherwise, looking pretty soft.
And they had a great startup sound. I don't know if you remember when you start these things, they automatically are real snarly for a couple of minutes and then they quiet down.
I like the F-Type. My choice would be with the V6, with the manual transmission. Fun car.
Yeah, and I'd take it one more and take all that and put it in coupe form, because I think the coupe is an absolutely spectacular looking car. And this convertible just sold for $33,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. And with that, we're going to check in with April Rose, who has a special guest.
That's right, very special guest, Craig Jackson here, CEO of Barrett-Jackson, making this all happen. We've had an incredible day, incredible crowds outside. It's sometimes hard to walk through this place. It's been fantastic here in Columbus, the first time we've ever been here. And man, it has been a fantastic day. What were your highlights from?
You know, a lot of cars, but as you said, the excitement, so many people walking through here. I was walking out to the gate. I must have got stopped 10 or 15 times by people to say, thank you for bringing this to Ohio. We're so excited. We've loved watching you on TV, but now you're in Ohio, in our backyard. And I think they've responded by coming out. The bidding has been very active. I thought we had some great car prices. Only a few times did I tell people, wake up, you're missing a boat here. But it's, you know, it's one of those things that when you come to an inaugural event, you don't know, but I felt like there was a pent-up demand in the Midwest, and obviously people came out, and thank you for watching, because today was fantastic. The highlights, you know, several of the cars brought 150,000, and tomorrow we take it to another level when we're on History Channel for 6 hours.
That's right, tomorrow, Craig, Super Saturday. There is a 918 Porsche Spyder coming through. It blows my mind that that's going to be crossing the block. What else do we have to look forward to?
Well, we've got 2 Ford GTs, the Heritage, which is beautiful with the carbon on it, the other one with that unique color, that ice blue. You know, so there's so many great cars tomorrow. You know, the building that they're in over there, it really sets them up looking so beautiful when you walk through there. Whole row of great resto mods, and I think the Boss 9, that's a wild card. It's only original one time, The owner's son is here. We may see if he wants to talk about it. All the paperwork. So that is one of those cars that is just a snapshot in time.
It's gorgeous. Matching numbers. I mean, all the right pieces in place. And people trust Barrett-Jackson, so they're bringing it through here. We're really looking forward to Super Saturday tomorrow. Craig, we've got a few more cars left to sell, so we're going to send you back up there. And, of course, we're looking forward to Super Saturday, Rick.
Yeah, definitely going to be a special day tomorrow. And up on the block right now, a 2014 Maserati Gran Turismo. Current bid, $25,000.
Well, this one's been well enjoyed. The Neptune wheels, the tri-spoke wheels, have been redone in black. The Cuoio interior, natural leather, good bit of carbon fiber. There's been some work done with here the convertible top. And this one wears 68,000 miles on the clock.
Yeah, with an original sticker price of $153,000. And right now we're only at 30.
Showing some wear and tear, but these things have aged so well. I think, in 2024, they hadn't changed the body style that much, so it doesn't look too that different from the older ones.
$30,000, that's the hammer price for that 2014 Maserati. Well, before the cars sell every day here at Barrett-Jackson, they sell automobilia, a lot of fun stuff related to the automotive world, like this 1940s Marathon oil. It's called a milk glass pump globe. Now, we just sold the glass. That piece of glass this morning sold for $4,000. There was a 1950s Mobil oil. It's a single-sided porcelain with neon, the service station sign. That sold for $17,000. But the big sale of the day today was this 1925 Richfield oil. It's a restored filling station, what they call a visible gas pump. You can actually see the gas inside. That sold this morning for $26,000. And just as we have one more day of cars, they have one more day of automobilia that will sell tomorrow as well. Right now we got a 1988 Toyota pickup up on the block.
Well, single cab pickup, first one of these that we have seen across the auction block this week. Kind of like the FJ40s, these were indestructible. These really set a high bar for compact pickups.
Yeah, I had one of these. And one of the things, the first thing I checked was I put my hand on the front control arm because mine rusted so bad, and a lot of them rusted so bad, that the dimensions would double in size from the rust.
There's photos of these on lifts where they're put up in the air and then they just fold in half on the scissor lift or whatever. But other than that, yeah, pretty invincible. I'm reminded of the Top Gear challenge when I see this, when they tried to kill a Toyota Hilux pickup truck of this era, where they threw it in the ocean, it washed up on the shore, they got it running in, dropped it off a building, lit it on fire, blew it up, and it became a mascot for the entire run of the show with the three guys, the trio, Clarkson, Hammond, and May. It just proved the invincibility of these things. And they're still very desirable. $22,000 is a strong money.
Yeah, I think you're reflecting how many did melt away.
Well, that one's not going to melt away. And for $22,000, those folks right there get to take home that 1988 Toyota pickup truck. We're going to take another commercial break, but we're coming back because there's still a few cars left across the block here on day 2 at Barrett-Jackson's, the world's greatest collector car auction, and our inaugural event here in Columbus. Well, back here in Columbus, day 2 is coming to an end, and it's been a lot of fun so far. Plenty of great cars crossing the block, but even better stuff that is going to be crossing the block tomorrow. And you see some of them up there in one of the showcases where they're highlighting the cars that we'll see cross on Super Saturday. And, of course, the big money will be coming tomorrow. But today was pretty solid. We had 3 cars in 6 figures. We'll look at the top sellers. The number 1 was a 1986 Chevy K20 custom pickup truck. This sold today for $100,000. Well, it turns out, though, that there was a tie at the top. 2 different cars sold for $150,000. The first was this 1956 Chevy Corvette custom convertible. Had all the right stuff, and it sold for $150,000. But the next one was special. This 1932 Ford Highboy Custom, a topless roadster, built by Roe Brizio for Vic Edelbrock. That's right, Edelbrock, as in the man behind so many of those great parts. This sold for $150,000. And that is the story of today so far, but we still have a few things left across the block, like this 2022 Royal Enfield custom motorcycle.
This is a very interesting piece, Rick, because it's an off-road bike with vintage styling, but with all very modern equipment like those front disc brakes, front and rear disc brakes, the parallel twin engine, remote reservoir shocks, a lot of modern stuff here, looking very vintage.
Yeah, this is that scrambler style, which even Ducati got a piece of, and I always like it. It looks like a go anywhere motorcycle.
Vintage looking, but nice modern suspension and way more power, obviously, than what you've gotten, back in the 60s, 70s, with this is styled after chain drive in the rear as well. And you can see their logo up here on the tank. It says, made like a gun. I believe this company's been around for a long time, longer than Harley-Davidson.
Well, motorcycle just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $4,500. 650 cc's, plenty of power, and a lot of off-road fun. How about a Cadillac from 1998? In this case, it's a Cadillac DeVille.
Well, the best thing about this is under the hood. It's the North Star V8. And I would say low miles for a car of this type and vintage, only 55,000 on the clock.
Low mileage, so that's why it's here. It's not Grandpa taking a wrong turn and ending up on the auction block. Try and find another one with this low mileage. Most of them were driven, handed down to kids and grandkids and destroyed. So, yes, they are starting to become collectible, this era of DeVille.
And one of the things I really like about this generation is it still had the Cadillac Cloud Ride. You know what I mean? Where you weren't quite sure you were still connected to the road. It's just kind of weaving up and down, which it's super relaxing, actually.
I love the digital dash on this. It's, that kind of like that green kind of phosphor glow. And in addition to the transmission call out and the mileage and the gas, it says headlamps suggested warning right there.
And of course, the North Star front wheel drive powertrain is super duper durable. So it's got 55,000 miles on it. It's got plenty of life left still in it.
There is one thing to watch for, and that is the head gaskets on these, which they refined in 2000. But yeah, I agree that these are sort of underappreciated drivetrains. I actually have an XLR, which is the rear-wheel drive North Star, and a V, which is supercharged 2006.
$8,200 for that 1998 Cadillac DeVille with that 4.6-liter North Star engine. All right, moving forward a couple years, how about a 2000 Honda CR-V?
Well, I would question the collectability of these, except my brother had one and drove it and drove it and drove it and drove it forever. The people that have these, they love them and they rarely give them up. I don't think I've ever seen one come to the auction block. Have you?
No. Yeah, no, I mean, this has 200,000 miles.
200,000 miles.
It's been used.
It's not preserved at all, but it probably got 200,000 more miles to go. This is Honda's first in-house engineered SUV. The only one that came before it was their Passport, which was a Suzuki rodeo that they licensed. So this is the first, and it established a reputation of being invincible.
So I guess I don't see Miatas, early Miatas, as collectible antique cars, but gosh, they're 36 years old. This thing is 26 years old, but to me, I just don't yet see it as a classic. Maybe it's a future classic. I don't know.
Look at the price. We're in Ohio trying to find one of these that isn't rusty. Probably not any non-rusty Honda or Toyota here is worth $5,000.
There you go.
Well, and a lot of the people that grew up riding in the back of these, right? This was the car that first started overtaking sedans in terms of sales, the crossovers.
Of course. So wait a minute, Larry. You're talking about this as a significant automobile now, a true collector, because it's a turning point in the automotive world. Is that your point?
Well, let's not use that. That's a strong word there, Rick. I was just saying some people appreciate it.
$4,000 for that 2000 Honda CR-V as it crosses the block. All right, we saw a Cadillac just a moment ago. Time for another Cadillac. This one's kind of interesting, though. This is from 2008, a Cadillac CTS Sport concept car.
Yeah, it has a non-standard hood and wheels, and looks like a lot of other touches, but interesting. as a sport concept. General Motors displayed this at the SEMA show.
This is before the CTS-V, but it kind of gives you a hint of what's going on here. But the first year of this CTS redesign, and as I was actually a salesman at a Cadillac store when this came out, and I overslept for the sales training. So I just flew into the store to take the ride up to Kansas City to meet the guys. And the sales manager, he did that thing where as I came up to the door, he drove off. I chased after the car 50 feet. He drove off again because he was so mad at me because I was about 20 minutes late. But they were big sellers.
Now these could be fun, but this one, being a GM prototype car, it's going to be sold on a scrap title, so it can't be driven on the road.
Well, that is the last vehicle we are going to see on the block here, because unfortunately that's going to put an end to a great day here in Columbus. But we still have the best cars of the week to show you tomorrow on Super Saturday. It all starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on the History Channel for 7 straight hours, so you do not want to miss it. For Mike Joy, April Rose, Tyler Hoover, Larry Webster, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thank you so much for riding along with us today, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for Super Saturday.